Hello, everybody, and welcome. I'm here. My mom, you guys know she went through chemo and radiation. She just had her follow-up PET scan just yesterday. And then after having it yesterday, there wasn't a doctor in there to read the results until today. And she found out that I guess you're not declared cancer-free until, 5 years of having no cancer showing. But she's like in a really good spot. She's very excited. The weight of the world is lifted off her shoulders. My whole family is really happy. And I don't be like, yo, mom, I've got to go talk about true crime. Okay. I got to go, mom. I got the YouTube channel. I mean, she knows, and she knows it's important, but this was like a really, really big thing. So thank you guys. Thank you. That was pretty cool. I got some good news today as well. Listen, I'm going to play just a little bit for you about the Nicole Kessinger timeline from Sunday evening going into Monday. It's going to be just about 5 minutes, and then we are going to talk. And I just have to talk to you about some things. And hi, guys. Hi, Cecile. How are you? Molson Man, Hoochie winner, Aussie girl Jen. Nice to see you again. Utter Nutter, Tracy Wheeler, Val, Jean. Oh, yeah. I'm sorry to hear that. But yeah, mama's got to come first. The family. You guys are family, but she my mama family. Hi, Nancy S. Hi, Hey Heart 73. You're cracking me up. So funny. We were just over on 80s channel, man. He was in rare form. That was so funny. I was like, can we please all pitch in and, gift him the tuition for an internet whatever class and the next available holiday. He obviously knows what he was doing. There was just a weird situation going on. Hi, Kelly. Searches equals answers. Man, I owe you messages, girl. I'm sorry. Thank you for being patient. Let's follow up on that tonight. Oh my gosh. And hi, Caroline. How are you? Nice to see you. Oh, good. Hey, I'm glad that you're enjoying the channel. That's great. I like hearing that you guys enjoy the content. Cecile, Green-Eyed Bandit. Oh, thank you guys for understanding. You guys are freaking the best. Love you guys. You're wonderful. Thank you. Let's see. Okay, so I'm just going to play this for a minute. I'm going to get my son's burritos on the table. Oh, Kelly girl. Hey, thank you for the super chat. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. That's awesome. Thank you very much. Hi, E-Star. How are you? Oh, good. I'm so glad you got your notification. Those notification buttons. Yeah, when you hit the notification button, apparently you don't do like customize. You've got to click all notifications. This goes for this channel or any others. And then a trick I've used at times, if I'm not getting notifications for a certain channel I will like unsubscribe and then subscribe really quick. I hate to tell people doing that because I certainly don't want to lose any of you subscribers, and I don't want any channel to. But that has worked for me on occasion. But man, I don't know. What's the recipe, YouTube? Come on, tell us. Tell us, YouTube. Give it up. Give it up, YouTube. Give it up. Hi, Leatherface. How are you doing? Nice to see you. Hi, Honey Bun. Hi, Ara. How's it going, girl? Thanks for being here. And yeah. All right, so I'm going to play this here, and then we got things to talk about. All right. Oops, I don't want to remove that. I just want to play that. Okay. Her searches asking if police could find deleted text messages and some other shady things. Because remember, or if you don't know this, let me tell you that Nicole Kessinger deleted all of her text messages and any interaction record that existed on her phone between herself and Chris Watts. Apparently, she did this on Tuesday, August 14th, and she says that's because she just learned on that day that Chris Watts' beautiful wife, Shanann Watts, was 15 weeks pregnant. Now, that comes into major question, but that's a whole different topic, a whole different ballgame, and I've covered that in other videos and just might have to cover it again. So as we do look at the phone records from July 13th to August 13th, we see that Nicole Kessinger's phone pinged in Frederick, Colorado, a total of, 3 times in that time period. We also have a record that her phone pinged in Frederick, Colorado on July 4th, which I'm just going to set that to the side for now because it's not within that July 13th to August 13th timeframe I'm talking about, but she and Chris Watts both acknowledged that she was in Frederick, Colorado on July 4th. So when we're looking at the 3 Frederick, Colorado pings in that July 13th to August 13th timeframe, one was on July 14th. And this is also a day that Chris Watts and Nicole Kessinger both agree that she was in Frederick, Colorado. Now, in my opinion, July 14th was an absolutely pivotal day in this case. And I believe this is the day when Chris Watts started putting the plan into motion. This was the day when, after one of their outings, I believe they went to the Mustang Museum, they went back to Chris Watts' house, and on this day, Nicole Kessinger claims that the dog Dieter strong-armed her into going upstairs where she saw a picture of Shanann and one of the girls. And she claims on that day, she started questioning Chris as to why he's not staying with his wife. She even went so far as to assert that she encouraged him, starting on this day, to stay with his wife. Now, one of my favorite comments that people leave on my channel is, said no side piece ever. I really do agree with that. The other time, or the second time of the third, when we're talking about the pings on Nicole Kessinger's cell phone in Frederick, Colorado, from July 13th to August 13th, is on July 18th. Now, this ping was actually initiated from Chris Watts' phone. He was also in Frederick, Colorado on that day, and he was calling Nicole Kessinger. I think she was kind of like, hanging around there. There was some story told about getting touch-up paint for her car that was perhaps picked up on that day. So of all of the pings from Nicole Kessinger's cell phone from July 14th to August 13th, the third time that she pinged in Frederick, Colorado was on the morning of August 13th at 6:16 a.m. This is a critical time because this would be right around the time, a little bit after the time that Chris Watts left his driveway after we saw, based on the security camera footage from neighbor Nate's security camera, that he had been packing his car for about half an hour, and then he took off heading to Survey 319, where later that week, the bodies of his beautiful wife, Shanann, 15 weeks pregnant, his daughter, Bella, and his daughter, Cece, were found. Now, these pings happened. They were real. This issue has been put to rest, and I'm showing you the evidence right here on this video. So guys, please, please take a look at everything that is available. Think for yourself, and don't ever just believe one source when it comes to critical information regarding this case or any other. You always have to ask yourself, who has an agenda? And what exactly is that agenda? You know what I'm saying?
In case you still have any doubt regarding the phone ping, I'm going to break it down a little more for you to show you exactly why Nicole Kessinger's phone ping in Frederick, Colorado at 6:16 on August 13th means that she was right near 2825 Saratoga Trail, the residence of the Watts family.
Okay, so here we have Saratoga Trail, then we have where the Frederick Tower was. These two locations are very close. Now, guys, I want you to know that I was able to get the record and maps of the towers at the time of this tragedy in August 13th, 2018. And the towers that I have depicted on my visuals are towers that service Verizon, which was the carrier Kessinger was using. Okay, so down here where the little red marker is, that's Kessinger's residence. So her route to work up in Platteville is as shown. Over to the right, up to Platteville, takes a total of 33 minutes. You'll see right about in the middle of that map, you'll see Frederick, okay? Now what we're doing, guys, is we're zooming in to this full route, 33-minute route map, okay? All right, so here it is. So you see next to this highway here, I have all these pictures of super cool Kessinger at the sand dunes. So that's just indicating that's her route going, from the bottom of the screen upwards. Now you see over to the right, there's 1, 2, 3 towers with the pink arrows pointed towards them. Each of these 3 towers service Verizon, and they have bandwidths that are strong enough for sure to be favorable to pick up a signal of somebody traveling on this highway. The bandwidth probably is such for the highway traffic. Now you see the red arrow, the large red arrow here, points to the tower that she pinged off of, okay? So just imagine Kessinger traveling along this highway that's highlighted in green right next to her picture. Just look at the distance of a car traveling on that highway, the distance from that car to the Frederick Tower or that car to any one of the towers to the right. The distance of the towers on the right is a lot less with a strong enough bandwidth than the distance of somebody traveling on that highway to the Frederick Tower. So what this tells me, really beyond a shadow of a doubt, is that she was right in the vicinity of 2825 Saratoga Trail.
So now let's move on to the 111-minute phone call
So I'm
and
coming in
NK's
here.
personal timeline from that Sunday night, August 12th, into the morning of August 13th, and into later that day, Monday, August 13th.
So, as I looked through all of Kessinger's phone bills, her phone bill from the dates of July 14th through August 13th, what I did was I looked at the longest call on each of these, pages of her phone bill. So I just want to note that the 111-minute phone call was really out of character for their conversations. This wasn't their normal pattern of talking to each other. So I went through and I looked at the longest phone call that NK held on each of these pages and the longest phone call that she had with Watts on each of these pages. And we find that, other than the 111-minute phone call, guys, the next 3 longest calls lasted 51 minutes, 52 minutes, and 54 minutes, respectively. So you see, that's a really long phone call. We could probably say, because there's only a short period of time that we don't have their phone records, according to when they say their relationship was occurring, it's probably safe to say that was the longest phone call that they ever had. So even when you look at, this is all ping information, this little, unofficial timeline here, we see that their 111-minute phone call pointed to by this big red arrow starts at 9:28 that Sunday evening, August 12th, and it ends at 11:19. There's no activity on NK's phone until the 6:16 a.m. ping the morning of August 13th, we see right here, when she had a 1-minute phone call to her friend Jim, is highlighted in yellow. The next activity, guys, on her phone was not until 2:28 p.m. And that call was initiated in Platteville. That's where she works. And again, this is a very unusual pattern for NK to not have any activity on her phone throughout the whole day. Okay, so we're going to stop there. Now, many of you, excuse me, have seen parts of that presentation before. It's in what I call the official Kessinger documentary, part 1. There is a part 2 coming out, but it's just not ready yet, but it will be getting there. You know what? I have a laptop on my lap, little unstable. So do I want to have the camera? Don't need to have the camera on. Can put the avatar on. Stop, Kim. All right, then you have to deal with the instability, not instability. That might make you feel a little bit nauseous. So, okay, where do we start? All of the points that are laid out in that evidence, in that pieced together information that is presented in that Nicole Kessinger documentary, part 1. First of all, it's all fact-based. It's all evidence-based. It all comes from the discovery, or in some instances, little bits of reliable information that has been researched, vetted, and analyzed and evaluated for veracity and accuracy, that complement what can be found in the discovery. Because as we all know, the official investigative discovery for the Watts case at times can be lacking. Hi, Leanne Cartman. How are you doing? Nancy N., my girl. I always love it when you're here. Hi, Michelle P. How are you? Welcome. Awesome. Yeah. Hey, Heart, get it. Just relax, girl. Relax. You can watch the replay. I know it's getting late over there. Hi, Curious Rose. I'm so glad you're here, honey. Let me know if you want to come up at all, Curious Rose. Let's see. Yeah, I know it's getting late for some of you across overseas, but you know what, guys? You're glad you're not in New York, because it's going to be 97 to 102 degrees here tomorrow. Oh my gosh. Thank goodness. An old high school friend of mine invited my son and myself to his lake house tomorrow to go swimming. So that'll be good. But wow. Let's see. Kelly searches equals answers. Gonna have her on the channel sometime soon. We've got to close the loop there. I actually am going to have a couple weeks off. Big news of the day job soon for the end of the summer. So I'm going to have time starting real soon. So Cal, we're going to get together. She says, I actually think everyone in these groups help putting stuff together when everyone comes together. So that's what she likes. I think that is always, the most effective way. I know what you mean, girl. Oh, Nacho Mama says, yawn. This case is just regurgitation of 4 years. I really wish Kelly would do something else. I have some other things in the works. I was just talking to members the other day. I'm doing the Susan Powell case. I'm hoping to do something with the Susan Powell case this weekend, actually. I'm actually getting someone who's an expert, not an expert who actually worked on the case, but an expert of sorts. And I'm really hoping will come on Saturday night. That would be very relevant for that case. Also, the Heather Elvis case, and a case that is close to my heart and my area is Jennifer Ramsaram. So you're saying, wish Kelly do something else. I love hearing her break down cases, but this one is so beat to death. I'm going to put that on pause, Nacho Mama, and I respect your feelings. Hi, Green Eyed Bandit. How are you doing? Thanks for coming. Yeah, so this is what I was calling a Watts Pop Live, because I wasn't planning on going live this evening. Let me give you a little bit of background. I happen to be home. Hi, Kurt Stacy. Hi, Leatherface. And so I was like, it's about that time. I'm going to go see if I can pop into Armchair Detectives live stream. Well, there was, some situations going on. Okay. All right. All good, Nacho Mama. Thank you for for being part of the channel while you were. Come back anytime you'd like, and I wish you all the best, darling. So there was some obvious issues that were going on that I was not aware of because I wasn't there from the beginning of the live stream. AD was saying he's going to be taking a week off. He really does get trolled terribly, right? And there's actually been some situations that have risen to the level of totally freaking serious. Like, law enforcement needs to get involved. Not okay, not cool, not good, not acceptable, right? So all of that was going on. And then I believe he was having some technical difficulties. So this was like around 7:30 p.m. Eastern time. So it looked like he was going off air, sort of unannounced. So I was like, we can pick up over at my channel. But then somehow he came back on and he turned it into the hilarious freaking AD show. He was so funny tonight. So then, he was on for a little while. So I was like, I have to move this back. And then I got, the call from my mom about the, being clear with cancer. So that's why it got moved up. the reason I was going to do the pop live stream in the first place was to supplement that AD, and I did have some things to talk about with you. Now, try to stay with me. While I was in the chat on Armchair Detectives channel, I was reading through the chat and talking to some of y'all that was over there. These mods, you guys are the best mods. Love you guys. You're so awesome. Hi, Truly Tooly. Hi, Sunny. Sunny, I think this is possible. Let's talk about that. Hey, Jody is cool. The thing you mentioned over AD's channel, if you have a list of those possible forms that would the alts, the possible alts, please provide me that if you don't mind. Okay. I feel you. No, I feel you, Nacho Mama. You know, I feel you. I'm not even going to argue with you. So I respect, I respect. I get it. Hi, Jacqueline. Hi, Jacqueline. How are you? Nice to see you again. So while I was still in Armchair Detectives chat, there were a couple people that were like, oh my God, did you guys hear? Did you guys hear? I mean, in my opinion, they came across to me as being authentically stoked, excited, like, woohoo, I was like, oh my gosh, what's going on? This is a very active and kind of bizarre evening. I had some exciting and crazy personal stuff going on my own. I was like, the universe is on full tilt. What is going on? So somebody finally gives it up in chat and says, oh my God, guys, it's finally happening. Nicole Kessinger, it's just been announced that right now, Nicole Kessinger is being investigated for the murders of Bella and Celeste and Shanann. And some of these people were like emotional and hook, line, and sinker. And I was like, no, I'm sorry. That's not the case. So, I just did put some quick feelers out, did a little quick, research, and that is absolutely not the case. Yes, and this is true too. And let's revisit that. I'm going to start this as well. So let's see. What do we want to say? Oh, you're on vacation, Cal. That's awesome. Freemason is also a good one to talk about. I've covered a lot of these topics, but a lot of them are worth discussing and discussing again. Thank you, Kelly Mack. Rose, do you want to come up, or does anyone want to come up, by the way? You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to put the link in chat. Hi, Allie. Nice to see you back, darling. How are you doing today? I've got some news too for you, Rose. Let me see. Let me just get current in chat before I go on. Hey, Tony, you're such a sweetheart. I like having you part of the channel. Tony has a nice, sweet, calm energy. I like this. Oh, thanks. Hi, Elizabeth. How are you doing? Yeah, people do love rumors, Rose. Wait till you hear a little more about this one. Oh, well, this is a really good question, too. So Jacqueline says, I'm curious, do they have to reopen the case in order to investigate NK? Seeing as how CW already confessed, I actually have a pretty definitive answer from a defense attorney on that. We will come back to that. Hi, No Fear. How are you doing? No Fear says she should be arrested, but she won't be. What do the numbers in the right column represent? I can show you in a minute, Kurt. Let me star that one too. Yes, definitely go check out Curious Rose's channel. Today, I put out the first 3 chapters of Cindy Watts' book, ghost written book, and account of, her son as a child, a teenager, a young man, a fiance, a husband, a father, and eventually a murderer. Chapters 1 through 3 of All My Broken Pieces. And then it's really chapters 4 and 5. Some people call it 4, 5, and 6. But I'm going to do 4, 5, the second part of 5, and the extended part of 5 sometime in the next couple days. And that will be all of the book, All My Broken Pieces, read out loud. But even cooler is on a Curious Rose's channel. She read the entire book, Blood and Marriage, written by Kathleen Houston, based on Cindy Watts' narrative account, just like in All of My Broken Pieces. All My Broken Pieces really is encompassed in the first part of the book, Blood and Marriage. And Curious Rose has put the effort into reading the entire book on her channel. It's super interesting. I suggest everyone definitely go read it. And I'm going to be quite honest. I'm trying to get her to 1,000 subs by the end of the week. So please, let's do it. She deserves it. Thank you, Vicky. I think she's pretty great on the channel. Yeah, Jacqueline. Yeah. So she says, I'm excited to listen to Kelly read that. I just got done listening to Rose read, and I can't wait to compare the two books afterwards. I'll be really interested to know what you think, because I have to either do a more careful read or listen to Blood and Marriage, but it really does seem to me that All My Broken Pieces is basically absorbed into the first part of Blood and Marriage. Could be wrong, but let's see. Hi, Mercedes. How are you doing? Yeah, I think the Anadarko connections are powerful. So, okay. So Rose, not coming up. Kurt, you want to come up, Kurt? Kurt, it's your big chance. I would love for somebody to react. So I'm telling you about what I'm going to tell you. If you'd like to come up. I'm basically on my hands and knees begging. I'm just kidding. I'm in kind of a silly mood today. Anyone that was just an Armchair Detectives live stream, how could you not be? Kelly searches equals answers. You could come up too. Oh, Nancy sub to a Curious Rose. It's official. So Jacqueline says, Kelly, you're right. However, they are supposedly two different views, because Blood and Marriage is the view of the actual author. So that's what I'm interested in comparing. Oh, that's really cool. Yeah, I like that. Yeah, no, it's not true. I'm going to talk about that in a minute. Good. My girl never lets me down. How you doing, Curious Rose?
I'd never let you down. I had trouble.
You're like, oh man, she's getting pathetic.
I know.
Really
I was
better.
yelling at StreamYard, let me in. It wouldn't take me in with my avatar, so I had to just go and just look at my damn avatar.
Aw, look at that. Ew.
Yeah, I know. Oh, for God's sake.
Look at her looking at him, man.
That's very sad. I know,
yeah.
But it wouldn't let me in. But I'm here. Thank you for having me.
Yeah. Oh, and gosh, Vicky, the news is really like non-news. So I'm sorry, I didn't mean to put out like clickbait or anything like that. So I'm gonna tell the story. I'm gonna like tell it to you, Rose, and everyone else.
Okay.
Tell me what you think as I'm going along.
Okay.
So as I was saying, I was in Armchair Detectives chat. Things were really crazy. He's getting these really freaking wacky, unacceptable threats. If any of you have any means or just, the impulse or the desire to speak out against the way this man is being treated and personally attacked, please. I am willing to organize something. I don't know what that would look like yet, but it's really starting to nauseate me. It's not cool. So when he was having some internet problems, I was feeling, I just started getting a bad feeling. I was a little concerned that it was somebody being malicious towards him. I don't think that was actually the case. I was just feeling caring and protective. But then, Anaphylaxis and Chicken Lady and all these other people were there and they've got it covered, but I just can't help. So, when you're like, oh, poor Kelly up there begging for people, I'm like, oh, poor AD,
Yeah, absolutely.
Green-eyed. I can't stand immature haters. People are freaking weird. That's right. So all of that was going on. So now, while this is all happening, there are people in the chat, announcing that, oh my God, guys, it was just announced that Chris Watts' former mistress, NK, is being investigated right now for the murders of Shanann, Cece, and Bella. And I'm like not even moved by this, obviously. Like none of you probably would be. And I was like, oh no, these poor people.
Right.
So then Nancy Ann, are you in his house? I won't make you come up here. I know how you feel about that, girl. I won't do it to you. But I need to know, are you here? Because I'm going to give you one guess. Nancy's got this. She's always got, not Nancy's got everything. Hi, Kelly Rutt. How are you? She's here. And I'm sure you'd get it too, Rose, but I'm going to pitch this one to Nancy.
I'm afraid to hear she is. Nancy says I'm here.
So Nance, so guess what channel they had just heard that on. And you could put maybe the initials in chat if you want. I'm not sure how I want to handle it right now. Yeah. So they were all excited because, you know, somebody who has somewhat of a insider kind of knowledge of legal workings and things like that, perhaps, or law enforcement or something. It wasn't Dingo Dipshiz. But you're getting warm, Nancy. Teeter's running for Senate. I freaking love you guys. You know, has announced in the very clickbait style that this dude frequently does,
despicable,
that NK right now is being investigated. That not only is NK being investigated, but guys, it's Tammy Lee. Thank God for Tammy Lee. And this is what he says, because that F&B is going to go down. And he says it just like that. I'm not trying to not swear on the channel. He's like, in that F&B, you know what I mean? Yeah, that one, Nancy.
Yeah.
That F&B is going to go down. And he goes into detail saying that right now, he just found out that Tammy Lee, breaking news, is investigating NK for the murders of Bella, Celeste, and Shanann Watts, unborn baby Nico, just the way I always say it. And yeah, so I went over to that channel and I was like, yo, what's up? So I was reading the reaction of the people that came over to Armchair Detectives channel that I felt were very earnest and authentic, and I still think that they were. And they were like, oh my God, I'm shaking, I'm crying. I knew that this day would come. You know, people are emotionally moved by this case. So now, you know, in playing that part of the Nicole Kessinger documentary that I did in the beginning of this live stream that talks about the inconsistencies in her timeline and the ping and the 111-minute phone call and the pieces of communication that have to be material that are just missing somehow from Discovery and the Discovery timeline, and all of the investigative research and work far above and beyond what the official investigators did in this case, that all of these people who are really passionate about justice and the victims and justice being served have pieced together with the very little that we have, because we care so much. While all of that is going on, that dude is over on his channel offering up, you know, the next level of clickbait, because apparently he's not getting the same views that he was when he stole one of my videos and had it uploaded on his channel for a while, even though I very politely asked him to take it down a few times. Not even asked him to take it down. Asked him to just give the channel credit, and he could even keep it up, but he just ignored me. Now he's trying to tell y'all that, you know, he has this somehow special information. He just found out that Tammy Lee is now, as of right now, because he says so, investigating Chris Watts' former mistress, NK, for the murders of Bella, Celeste, unborn baby Nico, and Shanann Watts.
Wow.
I'm disgusted.
I'm sick. Well, Kelly, I bet it's the same, that inside source that he has, that he found out all about Jim. You know that. He has his...
that's right. That's right.
Yeah, he's got his source.
That inside source, so he can find out.
That's right.
What filed for disability. I guess not knowing that I am a teacher of students with mild to moderate disabilities, and they are all protected by the 3 same federal laws that prohibit any information regarding a disability being disclosed to anybody other than the designated recipients of information for that person, whether it's a self, a guardian, or somebody else that is explicitly allowed to have information through power of attorney or such other means. Mother effer, because that's what's up. I mean, seriously.
I know.
DTC Prime Time. How are you?
to come into
Um,
Katie's chat and start spreading, again, I hate the word, but propaganda like that, like set the true crime community ablaze. That's
yeah.
the lowest of the low.
Yeah.
You don't.
I mean, it really was the lowest of the low.
That's
Oh, we're going to welcome up Kurt Stacy. And hi, DC Primetime. I see you, girl. I had sent her an email. She and some other people recently have sent me some really interesting thoughts and information through email that we might just take a little gander at as well.
okay.
And I assure you, if it even goes up on this screen, it has been reviewed and has a degree of credibility to the point where I'm at least like, you know what, the smart people who watch this channel can handle this information. We can talk it out and figure it out for ourselves. If we decide if it's moot, if we decide it's a dead end, fine. But never ever am I going to hand you bullshit on a platter.
No, and I wouldn't back it up. So no.
Ugh. Hi, Kurt Stacy. How are you?
Good evening, ladies. How
Would
are
you like some not bullshit on a platter, my dear?
Yes.
Good evening, Kurt.
Good evening, Curious Rose.
Hi, good to see you.
You too. Hey, I subscribe to your channel and I hit subscribe the bell button and all that for you.
I appreciate that so
Awesome.
much. Thank you.
Yeah.
Everyone, thank you so
awesome.
much. Just overnight, even the amount of new subscribers, I'm really grateful.
Yes, that's awesome.
You're
Awesome.
getting
Yeah.
close to that 1,000 mark.
We're going to get her to 1,000.
Yeah.
It's totally doable this week, guys. Let's do it. And if we don't, then I failed. So don't let it happen.
No. Kelly, just we're at 9:32. That's a lot just from a few days ago. In no way did you fail to help me promote my channel. So don't even go there, girl.
Well, I have a goal, so we're gonna hit it. Yes.
But
Oh
okay,
my
so
gosh.
let's get back to the important stuff now. What were we saying? I even forget.
Yeah.
I'm just so taken aback that they, he sent. I assume, I don't know if he sent them into AD's chat to spread that, or if
I didn't. Maybe
I don't know.
I'm sorry.
I don't know.
Because I had the like the asset of actually seeing this go down and then seeing what their reaction was on his channel where you didn't. I got the sense that they were being like authentic, like they were having a real reaction. And that was what was really upsetting to me.
Yes,
because man, I know people are emotional about this case. And my God, guys, we should be. Look at the travesty. Look at the terrible, horrific, crimes that were committed. People should have passion about this case. And shame on you who go and play on people's vulnerable emotions, and to what degree and for what reason those vulnerable emotions exist, I do not know. And you scumbucket creators, you don't know either. And you don't know what you're triggering in a person by pulling that crap. So cut it out.
Unfortunately, because they have no moral compass, they'll continue.
I know.
And I just hope that the subs that are now really upset that wasn't true would be smart enough to say that might not be the best group for me anymore. But you know what? Probably won't. But it's unfortunate that it probably won't happen that way, because it's almost a lot of those channels. The Jim Jones punch has already been ingested.
Yeah, the
Kool-Aid
has left them drunk.
Yeah.
Man, he goes, Kelly, let me know if I need to reveal my guns and put this clown in his place. That might be an order, Molson man. If nothing else, I'm going to need you to knock him out with your sheer trivia knowledge.
That will stay.
Oh, thanks, Molson man. I mean, and then Nancy N basically knows everything I do. Like my brain gets unloaded to Nancy N's brain, so just consider them one and the same. Yeah. She says he found Jim. Oh yeah, but Jim has a different name, like WTF. Yeah, that's what wrote. Yeah.
That infuriated me when Kelly told me about that. When I was like, I thought I heard it all until what you just said now topped it.
And I mean, guys, there's so many other things that have been said, and I'm not even going to dignify his bullshit by repeating it on my much more successful channel. I never go there, but I will right now. But seriously, joke. joke all over the place. So
I'm wondering, this is going to sound kind of silly because I heard what you all were talking about, but I think I missed a little bit of that. Is the nationality of this person that you're talking about from Australia?
no.
No.
But he bullshits in kind of a more sinister way, actually. This guy bullshits in like a duh kind of way.
Okay. All right.
Yeah. You get what I'm saying?
Mhm. Yeah.
Remember in chat, if you're going to put any type of comment, as long as it's respectful of another creator, please still use initials.
Yeah.
The full names.
Yeah.
Thank you guys. That's all.
People that are, of course, clear friends of the channel, like Kelly searches equals answers
Oh,
or
yeah,
Curious
no.
Rose, or but if it's what we
It's who we speak of, so I got rid of.
Right.
We don't want it. We don't need it to draw any attention. Give him any type of attention, because positive or negative, he likes it.
That's right. Now, hey, hi, Tony Cheek. How are you? And listen, you make the perfect point. Tony Cheek says NK should go down for something. And Tony Cheek, I don't know if there's anyone in this world that would agree with you more about that than myself. Maybe there are, but I wholeheartedly agree with you about that. So, you know what we need? I mean, so much work and time and energy has been putting into validating that point since, in my opinion, the official investigators really failed in doing their job to serve and protect the public the way they ought to be doing. So others have stepped up, maybe not even with that valiant of an intention, but nevertheless, people have done so, and we've been piecing together the shreds of information that we can access from our layman's couches and armchairs and whatnot. And sometimes I stand in tree pose and access this information. So that was a joke. So to, just try to pull BS jokes like that really is to discredit and make an attempt to make a mockery of people who really do care, who do have compassion and heart, and will speak for the victims that can't speak anymore until we know that justice has at least been attempted to have been served for them. So people like him, it's just selfish child's play. I'm sorry, it's just what I don't know. I'm trying to be nice.
I was going to say, Kelly, tonight, what I thought was really intriguing about this, and it's something that I've always thought about with this case, is the fact that all of those pings close to that area around close to the time that this incident actually happened. And I'm glad you're pulling all of that up, because I've always questioned that and wondered what was going on with it.
Yeah, the pings. Yeah. So, I guess, what are your specific questions? Because I would like to see if maybe we can tap into them a little bit.
Mine are the people on here.
What's that? Yours, Kurt.
Oh, okay. All right, yeah.
I know, you're like, oh my God, they're letting me talk.
I thought you were talking to your audience.
No, we're talking to you.
I was wondering, specifically, I just always found it bizarre that, right around the time that this happened, or when he was leaving, actually, is what I should say, to go out to the oil fields, why would her phone ping that close to their house?
Yeah. Well, okay. So that actually is, I think, pretty, okay. So the nature of the mechanics of the ping, I think I did a decent job explaining in that documentary video we were just watching. Now, hey man, if you didn't catch it on first blush, I get it, because it's not like light reading.
Right.
Now, recently, another thing I wanted to bring up, and even though it's one of those truther channel people, shiny ones or whatever, one of the leaders of the shinies. And for whatever reason, I don't have a lot of hate against this man, even though, he's really terrible to AD, which I don't ever like or approve of course, but, and for reasons other than that's what my logic, my mind, and my heart tell me, having nothing to do with love bombing or anything else like that. never even knew what love bombing was until like a month ago. I was like, oh, love bombing. Is that like a bath bomb? Because I'd like to go take a bath right now.
We need it, and they got to do the dictionary over. We need to add gaslighting, catfishing. You know, there's so many new terms.
Right. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So this guy, you know, he, you know, did a video. Nancy Ann, my other brain part, pointed out to me, I think, I don't know, like a week or two ago. I actually played some of it during the members live stream the other night. And I believe his real, you know, concern is with attacking AD, unfortunately, from any angle he possibly can. But I didn't even watch the whole thing the first time around, Nancy. It wasn't until the members live stream where I really watched it. I was like, oh, he does get a little vicious with me now, don't he? He wants to play ball. Look at that. Mm-hmm. You know, he was saying, you know, armchair detective and what's the obsession? They're actually hiding information from you. And then he goes into making an attempt to explain this kind of high level technology as far as the, you know, cellular transmissions go regarding that ping at 6:16 a.m. in Frederick, Colorado, the morning of the murders. And, you know, he really misses in his explanation. I'm like, what? This is like sloppy Joe on a bun. It makes no sense. And it's interesting in trying to discredit what Armchair is saying or what I was saying and saying that I'm lying to people or hiding information. He was really doing to y'all, anyone, what he was trying to assert I was doing by just making like a techie clusterfuck out of the whole situation that made no sense. Jeez. You know, and he's saying, well, you know, she didn't go into explaining this high level thing because you would lose 90% of the viewers. Not because I'm smarter than 90% of the viewers or 90% of the viewers don't have the capacity or the intellectual, you know, wherewithal to get it, but you don't need to know it. And if you have not ever had to know anything about that industry, why the hell would you know about all that stuff? Right. It might be information that's so, you know, technologically nuanced. I myself don't understand it fully. Maybe I think I do. Maybe I could explain it and I could pull it off sounding like I know what I'm talking about, but I know that I really don't. So guess what? I'm not going to do that because like, that's not what we do here. You know, it's not that anything is being hidden from anybody. It's either that the technology is so high level, it is irrelevant or not accessible to the typical YouTube viewer or creator. And if you think you understand it and you make a fool of yourself explaining it because you really don't, yes, maybe that just means you're really full of yourself, you know?
Which is usually the case.
Yes. I'm feeling spicy tonight, friends.
Oh.
Well, hey, Kelly, I just want to say congratulations about your mother. That's awesome.
Oh, thank you. That was really terrific news. Yeah, that was really great.
My mother fought leukemia. She came down with leukemia and fought it and went into remission. So.
Oh, that's awesome. That's great to hear. Yeah, leukemia can be a really tricky one too.
Your mom's was breast, Kelly?
Yeah. Yep.
Oh, yeah.
So
my mom was breast, but she didn't survive less than a year with it. So it's you know, you hear someone pulling through, you know, you're bless them. You don't want to jinx it.
Absolutely. And scary. And hey, all you women out there, you know, get your tests, get your doctor's recommended lab screenings and whatnot. I myself have 2 first cousins and a second cousin who all had breast cancer that required some serious treatment before the age of 40. Oof. All of them have BRCA. I got tested for it. I do not. I couldn't believe it.
Yeah, my mother.
So, but you know, you gotta know that stuff, guys. Yep. You gotta know that.
Be aware.
Because all of the female first and second cousins I have that did have that gene had a serious progressive form of breast cancer before the age of 40.
Oh God, it's not that. Yeah, I mean, that's young.
Yeah, man. I just remember getting that genetic testing, and I was like, "There's no way I'm getting out of this." Like, it's like it's coming from a couple angles genetically, but I know that BRCA is not the only indicator.
But I mean, it's good that you did. I see. I haven't done it because I'm a nurse and I'm afraid,
Yeah.
and I'm afraid,
Well,
which is ridiculous.
and the unfortunate thing is, I'm actually the way insurance is, and I had good insurance at the time. I literally am still making payments on that genetic testing, and I had it done a while ago. Insurance doesn't really. They're like, you may or may not have BRCA, but what we really need to know is, do you need an antibiotic for the sinus infection? You know?
Yeah.
But that's a whole different topic. Oh, Justin Lee reacts, wants to know who's that handsome hunk on cam. Justin Lee asks. Justin Lee, you too could be that handsome hunk on cam. I've been begging Justin Lee
I
to
watched
come on
your
my
channel.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
He is so funny. His reactions and stuff, I just crack up when I watch some of his reactions. He's real.
He is. He definitely is real. Yeah. And I like it when he keeps it real. So keep it real. Keep it real, Justin Lee. Now, I want to pick up on this really quick. Aussie Girl Jen, I'm probably really far. Oh, yeah. I'm like 20 minutes behind chat. So, wahoo, you know. Aussie Girl Jen says, Rodney is being used to put out false information. I'm sure of it. I agree with you. It will ruin his channel. I'm sure it will. Not soon enough, though. I mean, if he's putting out good information or his opinion, more power to him. I will support him. I supported him when he lifted one of my videos and refused to even acknowledge my messages. Just ask him, could I please have credit? I won't even make him take it down. And then some of you pointed out, maybe you're being too nice, Cal. And I was like, maybe I am. So then Jen says, where it's coming from, not hard to guess. Question for you, or Jen, Aussie Girl Jen, or anyone else that might know where to go. Somebody else just mentioned in chat that they heard that I mentioned as being clickbait, false information being put out there, is also being put out by another channel tonight. Would anyone mind just going doing a quick stroll around the true crime walk streets of YouTube and see if anybody else is pumping that out there tonight, because we can make some pretty clear connections and expose some fools if we were to find that quickly enough.
Yeah, sure. Yeah.
So Shannon, I don't know, question was asked quite a while ago, but this, the scam is this clickbait channel and or channels. So Aussie Girl Jen, if you don't mind going to that task, or anyone else who's willing for the challenge, that'd be awesome. They're saying that, breaking news, we're breaking this news. CBI's Tammy Lee, is now investigating Chris Watts' former mistress, NK, for the murders of Bella, Celeste, and Shanann Watts. But in this very official way that's getting people really excited, as though they actually had, line out on that information and have any kind of credible actual information to report on. No, that's not the case. And it's soliciting some very emotional, heartfelt, sincere reactions from people, and it's kind of breaking my heart, because you don't just do that to people.
I agree. How much do you really cherish or care about your subscribers, because you're playing with their heartstrings when you do release information like that.
Yeah, Molson, man, dirty little joke. It's all good. That was kind of funny. Can't pin it though.
It is, that's, oh goodness.
Hi, Gail Gardner, a child supporter. Oh, I like that addition to your name. Terrific. Awesome. Hi, Gail. How are you doing? Go ahead, Kurt.
I think Molson Man might have answered this for me, but I was wondering what those numbers were on that right-hand column of that diagram that you had pulled up there with showing the timelines of those phone calls.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Is that how many minutes they were on the phone?
So the right-hand column, so I can explain this to you a little bit. Yeah, that is definitely the number of minutes that they were on the phone call for. And yeah, that's what it is. So now I'm just going to paraphrase what's said in this video with receipts and supporting evidence as, music to your ears. And I don't know, trying porn to your eyes. I don't know. That their next. Okay, so there was that 111-minute phone call on August 12th, Sunday evening, the evening before the murders. So, conspicuously, that 111-minute phone call, yes, some mention is made of it in the discovery documents if you're talking about the totality of it, meaning all 1,960 pages, but really not too much mention. But where it is super conspicuously missing is in the official discovery timeline. Now, NK is like, making cameos and the star of the show in the discovery documents until she drops off all of a sudden on Saturday evening, August 11th, with her post-coital, dinner search for Ronnie Watts, Shanann Watts, 2825 Saratoga Trail, and some other crap like that at 10 p.m. The evening of August 11th, after they go to dinner at the Lazy Dog. All of a sudden, Kessinger drops off the face of Discovery existence until I think it's like early Monday evening. Very strange. Well, even stranger is that in that time period where she's ghosted Discovery, the 111-minute phone call happens. The 6:16 a.m. ping in Frederick, Colorado, that is a total anomaly. Red flag. Indicator of guilt. Does not appear anywhere. And also, she, in speaking with Kevin Kobach in her phone interview on August 21st, 2018, the portion that is not in audio, but only in typed transcript form, she recounts to him talking with Chris Watts on the celly, on the telephone, on the morning of Monday, August 13th, when around the time the murders occurred, when she demanded proof of where he was. And, I was still on the phone with him when he sent me a picture of the oil release at Survey that he had sent some coworkers and some other stuff, so that phone call is not in the official Discovery timeline, nor are the text messages and pictures that he sent her while they were on that phone call is proof of his whereabouts, because she's a super psycho, woohoo, batshit mistress. Circling back to my point, because sometimes I do and sometimes I don't, but this time I will. The 111-minute phone call is truly an anomaly. Some people have at times dismissed it as saying, oh, well, they were young, Romeo and Juliet type lovers. They were all gaga-gee, goo-goo-gee, and they were like always like on the phone, chatting, what's your favorite color, or phone sex or whatever for that long. No, they were not, because what I found...
It's an outlier. That's an outlier.
Yes, it's an outlier. It is not in the bell of the bell curve. It's an outlier. DC primetime cued. So what I found by scrutinizing through these phone records is that their next longest phone call, we are talking, I have a summary page somewhere here. Let me see if I can find it. Their next longest phone call, and we're talking about the length of the phone call, and I'm talking about between Kessinger and Watts, is 51 minutes long. So, 51 minutes is 9 minutes less than an hour. 111 minutes is 9 minutes less than 2 hours. That's quite a big difference.
Yeah.
So let's even take out the 51 minutes, because that's skewing the data as well. I think I have a summary here. Let me see if I do. Yeah, here it is. All right, let me just read this. So it says, and meanwhile, some channels are throwing up clickbait. Isn't that beautiful? Hi, Joan. How are you, honey?
Hi, Joan.
So it says some important conclusions, and there's some typos, and I apologize for that. The 111-minute phone call was much longer than even the 3 longest phone calls after the 111 minutes. 51, 52, and 54 minutes, respectively. I'm sorry, I just misspoke. So 54 will be the next. When looking at all the phone records between Watts and Miss Kessinger, with a lowercase e would be fine, we see that there are only a total of 8 calls that last over 30 minutes in totality, and that includes the 111-minute phone call. So if you think about the information is just presented in those bullet points, the conclusion is the highly unusual 111-minute phone call was the last activity on NK's phone immediately preceding the 6:16 a.m. Frederick ping, yet none of it, I mean zip zilch, none of it appears in the official Discovery timeline, and it looks like they made an effort for it to not appear in Discovery whatsoever. I got to change my Bluetooth situation just a sec, because I'm getting some static. Just one sec here.
Almost, and that's crazy. When Kelly was saying the number 111, that you're right, that there was 111 people in chat. That's all that was right. Ooh, that's creepy. Or it could be a good thing. Everybody, make a wish. You said we're talking 111 minutes, and Molson made the point there was 111 people in chat. It said,
"Oh, that is kind of crazy."
I know.
Are you talking about right now?
Right now, yeah. There was actually 111 people in chat, as Kelly was saying, talking about the 111-minute call.
I've noticed some weird things.
Very odd.
Yeah. Here, you guys talk amongst yourselves for a moment. I need to disconnect that Bluetooth fully so we don't hear that swirling.
So curious, Rose, what do you think was going on here, in your own opinion?
As far as why they left everything out,
mm-hmm.
I think it all leads back to whatever deal was made with the bombshell evidence she gave them, that the most important parts are missing because of that very reason. That you help us, and then we will make sure that anything we have that could be really damning for you will not be part of the report. And that's what they did.
Okay, yeah. Yeah, that's just so unusual. And
yeah,
and it goes back to, why was this thing going on at that time? And it could have been something like, I know that there are people that stalk other people.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
And it could have been something like maybe she was in the vicinity, just kind of being kind of stalkerish, like driving close to his house and all that kind of stuff, wondering what's going on,
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So that's a possibility. But
I agree, Kurt. You do always have to say that, but there's still the possibility of ping because whatever reason. I agree with you. You still have to keep an open mind.
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
but it just is very.
That's right.
We're just saying it's like this says highly unusual. It's highly unusual that the immediately preceding this was right after the 6:16 a.m. ping.
Yeah.
Yeah, so you hit on a couple good things, Kurt. I think that's totally legit. The question you asked and the alternative explanation there, and it's so completely plausible. But when you start then having to file all these things away as coincidence, and you start stacking them up one after the other, I mean, the theory of any plausible degree of innocence by that woman really breaks under the weight of itself.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it does paint a picture of a very dirty law enforcement / political smelling group.
Yeah. Yeah.
It almost gives you the sense that they just wanted to get this case over and done with as fast as they could.
Right.
Just that kind of sense.
Yeah. Very rushed.
Like, oh well, we got our evidence, and he's not challenging us, and let's just go and just get this over and done, regardless of whether there's any other evidence out there. He's given us his confession. So let's not look into anything else.
Yeah, case closed.
Now, I went to law school through half of it, and it ain't easy. And the conclusion I've made based on observing my family members who are attorneys and the people I went to law school with and the people who made it through is, if you're going to make it through law school and get into that profession, you've got to have some degree of compassion and passion and true drive towards justice in your bones, or you just ain't going to cut it.
Mhm.
It might not be the total explanation, but kind of. So why would, not just one person, not just a DA or the head detective or the lead on the case, but, cumulatively, collaboratively, as a consensus, why would they all agree to just, let's just do a really shoddy job on this triple plus homicide of a pregnant woman and two freaking adorable children whose lives were taken in the most disgusting way? Why?
That's why. That's
Why
the
not give it your all?
Yeah, exactly. Why? Who are? Why? Who in God's name is she that she's that important? Because why go through all that trouble? There's none of you can't even come up with a reason.
Yeah, right.
The only thing I can think of is because she was the other person linked to this man.
She definitely was. But I mean, the way they treated her, they didn't. They would have rather her just give us the full story, and even if you are not involved in any way, shape, or form, because our justice system is pretty dirty, we're gonna not take care of you so that you'll be safe the rest of your life.
Right. I mean, our justice system is not designed to protect people who have any part in killing children just for the F of it.
Right.
Just because.
That's right.
I don't know.
To give our justice system a bad name, something this high profile really did a number on our how we feel about the justice system, and certain people can basically get away with murder.
Yeah. And, I think one of the things that, makes people so obsessed, as we should say, by the way, hi, John McSmith, who came in saying, did someone mention Nicole Kessinger McSmith? I just love you, John. I don't know, John. I feel mixed feelings on that, but we love you. Oh, I'm sorry. Rose, what was the last thing you said? I'm sorry.
Just that it took away our faith with the justice system.
Right. And to what end for this one? I mean,
how big of a sealed, locked up envelope does Rourke have with damning evidence, information, bombshells, the medical report sealed, financial report sealed? It's never ending. The redactions. Oh my goodness. Just that alone.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Well, Kelly, right, you say, I feel like NK was stalking them from the beginning. Well, we do, have, of course, those Google searches from Empanada herself, that date back to the earliest ones that were released was Chris Watts in, excuse me, early August of 2017, and then successively Shanann Watts in early September of 2017. Let me share something with you. We went over this yesterday and before, and I think it's worth going over again because it's a point that somebody made in the comments to one of my videos. I did not myself spot this, but I think it's a really good point this person made. I'm sorry, I cannot remember who that was.
That it started the timeline?
Yeah.
Yeah, it is a good point.
At some point, the official word was, oh yeah, well, that September 2017 search for Shanann Watts, typo. Silly discovery typer people. Typo. Like what? And then, they Rourke came out and said, okay, well, it actually was there, and tried to brush it under the rug. Well, man, I sure hope that investigators were, damn skippy certain that this was an actual search, because here's a discovery document. This is the beginning of the official discovery timeline. Please let me entertain you by scrolling up a couple inches. So we have item 43, Kessinger personal phone. Item 42, Shanann personal phone. Item 41, Watts personal phone. Item 40, Watts work phone. Okay. So it gives a description of the phones that are going to yield data. Then we shoot right into the official discovery timeline. Well, lo and behold, bitches, the first item, September 1st, 2017, Kessinger searched the internet for the name Shanann Watts. And that starts off the whole gig in official terms, according to homicide investigators. And it's a mic drop.
That's a mic drop, 100%. It really is.
Yeah.
Yeah, and of course, nobody thought that was unusual, right?
Right. They're like, bitch, be stalking, cool.
What did you just say, Kelly, that Rourke said then? Like, he has no real explanation as to why then? Like, he felt, he drew back that it was a mistake. And is that what I can't remember. Is that what we're getting at then? Did he say then that he can't explain it? Oh, my God.
Yeah, he did. And if you wouldn't mind chatting amongst yourselves for a moment, I'm going to try to pull up his exact words because they're relevant.
Okay, that would be great. I'll look at the chat. See
good.
what everybody's doing.
Hey, curious, Rose, is Justin Lee still in there?
Let me see. Justin, if you're here, put a little hello in. Hi, my voice.
Here, react. Just kidding.
I don't see him recently, Kurt. I don't see him recently. Like he might have hopped out.
But like the good witch says in The Wizard of Oz, my people come and go so quickly here.
I'd be interested to hear what he would have to say about all this, but if you're there, come on up.
Yeah.
Oh, I would love to know what he would say. Yeah.
Joan, as far as the autopsies go, I mean they are definitely sealed. Even if, say, that the legal teams were okay with releasing the financials and the medicals, certain states, like when it happened to Gabby in Utah, there are guidelines you go by, and you can only give out the minimal, and that's like what happened with Gabby Petito. We got the minimal on what happened to her. I'm not sure what Colorado state what theirs entails. So even if other things were unsealed, because their children, I don't know how their system works as far as if we would have ever really gotten to see the full reports regardless.
Mm-hmm.
Good question, Joan.
Okay. Yeah, I got the article. Ding, 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 ding.
Great.
That's right. Yeah. Where we report facts, not clickbait to screw with people. All right. I'm salty about that one. Okay. All right, guys. So, and just like that, look, we've got facts, we've got more facts. So see, all you people out there that don't know how to find those facts, it can just be just like that. It's like ABC. You can find them quicker in less time than it takes you to make a package of ramen noodles or take your dog out for a pee-pee. That was supposed to be funny. Okay, so here we go. So here it says, well, the headline is, "This is not a witch hunt. Chris Watts, prosecutor, cannot explain data from girlfriend's phone showing Shanann Watts internet searches months before affair began." Now, stay with me, everybody, on the magic carpet ride. We're going to take a lot of twists, turns, dips, and spins.
All right, hang on.
All arrive back.
Hang on, let me buckle up. Oh, God. Buckle up.
That's right. So, buckle up, Buttercup. Nancy famously said to me once, and oh man, I did not know what I was in for. That was all of the abuse began. But let's not remember those times. Okay, says, quote, I have no information nor any belief that any other criminal defendant is out there. The Weld County District Attorney has provided further information about entries in the discovery documents related to the Shanann Watts murder investigation that raised potential questions about information Chris Watts' girlfriend, Nicole Kessinger, volunteered to detectives. As Crime Online previously reported, Kessinger approached police 2 days after Shanann Watts and her daughters, 4-year-old Bella and 3-year-old Celeste, disappeared in Frederick, Colorado in August to report that she had been carrying on an affair with Chris Watts. You have a 401k? He was like, yeah. That began in June of 2018. As the discovery documents and the audio of the police interview with Kessinger show, the 30-year-old woman who reportedly met Watts at Anadarko Petroleum, where they both worked at the time, was aware that Watts was married, but believed he and his wife were headed for certain divorce. She told investigators she was unaware Shanann Watts was pregnant before the missing persons case made news, and that she didn't know Shanann's name until a while after she became involved in Chris Watts, both facts of which I myself and many other creators have proven beyond a shadow of a doubt to be false. The discovery documents released by the Weld County District Attorney's Office in late November include reports that indicate Kessinger may have been aware of Chris and or Shanann Watts prior to when she is believed to have met Chris Watts at work. You don't say. Crime Online made repeated inquiries with the Weld County District Attorney's Office, the Greeley Police Department, and the Frederick Police Department for clarification about the multiple entries on the phone data review included in the discovery documents, which show that Kessinger searched for Shanann Watts and Christopher Watts in 2017, August and September respectively, to be more official. So here we have September 1st, 2017. Kessinger searched the internet for the name Shanann Watts. This is a search that heads off the entire official discovery timeline. Last week, a record supervisor at the Frederick Police Department, just 1 second, could you guys try to mute for a second? I don't think it's a problem with you guys. I'm hearing this super annoying swirling. There we go. Okay. There we go. Okay, it's done. Whatever happened, just keep that for a minute. I was kind of competing with the, it sounded like the vortex of Watts chaos. I don't know what. Okay. Last week, a record supervisor, and that would be Amanda Purcell probably, at the Frederick Police Department said that an entry in one of the phone data review reports showing that Kessinger it's important I don't insert a negative here. The phone data review reports showing that Kessinger did an internet search for Shanann Watts on September 1, 2017 was a, quote, typo, end quote, and referred Crime Online to the Weld County District Attorney's Office for further clarification on that entry and on additional entries in a different section of the phone data review showing that Kessinger searched for Shanann Watts in January of 2018 and which references multiple deleted searches for Chris Watts dating back to August 17. So dig that. References multiple deleted searches for Chris Watts dating back to the one that's mentioned, which is August 2017. Please let me continue because we're going to take a twist. And now reading from the discovery, it says several searches for Christopher Watts can be found prior to August 12, 2018. These entries appear to have been deleted. I searched for the numbers, yada, 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 yada. I did locate the names, searches for Chris Watts dated back to August 3rd, 2017, and Shanann Watts dating back to September 7th, 2018. These entries were deleted, but were recoverable. Okay, so visual. Both reports should be reviewed in their entirety, and item 43. So now we continue. Really, police detective Michael Prill authored the report that included a single entry of a September 1st, 2017 search for Shanann Watts. And Frederick Police Detective Dave Baumhover authored the report, excerpted immediately above, that references multiple deleted searches for Chris and Shanann Watts. I'm going to pause here for a minute because this is important. Why is it important? It's two different investigators submitting for supplementary evidence in the discovery documents searches conducted by Nicole Kessinger for Chris and or Shanann Watts long before they were actually dating. So this is two investigative sources, not just like one whoopsie typo. Okay.
Right.
Following a series of email exchanges and phone calls with Weld County District Attorney's Office regarding the reports, Crime Online spoke by phone to Weld County District Attorney Michael Rourke. Ooh, the swirling stopped. Whatever just happened, keep it just like that. On Monday, Rourke said that the reports reflect what was shown in the forensic analysis of Nicole Kessinger's phones. Let me repeat. Rourke said that the reports reflect what was shown in the forensic analysis of Nicole Kessinger's phone. Quote, the dates to which you are referring in 2017, where it appears she Googled or otherwise searched Shanann, was data that came off her phone, Rourke said. Continuing with a quote type thing, it's not a typographical error in the report. Paraphrasing, saying the detectives are reporting what was contained in the data from her phone. I don't know the answer to the question of why or how those dates ended up in her phone. Hold, I gotta take a sip here of something. All right. Asked if the district attorney's office questioned or planned to question Kessinger about the data, suggesting she was aware of Chris and Shanann Watts for up to a year before the murders, Rourke said that Chris Watts' guilty plea precluded any need to further probe the results of the forensic analysis of Kessinger's phone. Put that in your pipe and smoke it, or whatever AD says, and like print this out, blow it up, highlight it, and post it on your wall, because this is a problem. Quote, we did not get to the point in our investigation of attempting to independently verify that or not, because Chris Watts pled guilty, said Rourke said.
That's what I was talking about. Just, it was like, he pled guilty, so why look into other things?
Right.
That's lazy. That's being very lazy investigators.
It's even, I think, could even possibly be a little more. This is almost done here.
I think it's a little more. I think it's
so.
As the surviving victims of her family, whether it would be she had a parent, one parent left, two parents left. I would want to know. Look, I want to know, was my daughter being stalked?
Oh my God.
That is a whole
your dying day
issue. She's dead now, but I want to know, was she being stalked? But just about a year prior, I won't settle for we don't know why it's there. You need to then go back in her records way back, because my daughter and grandchildren are dead because of possibly being a little part of it, if any. I would sleep at night wondering. I wouldn't.
You know, and such a good point, Rose. And to all those people out there that say, "Oh, you know, you're harassing a dead woman. You're accusing a dead woman. You're doing this and that about that." No, we're not. We are just not insisting that the deceased victims accept this level of justice for eternity. We are attempting, in the lame-ass way that we can come up with, given the limited resources, to keep channels open in memorialization and remembrance and honor and respect of these victims who have been screwed over by the justice system.
Jesus.
So, quote, when you ask me if I verified that information, the answer to your question is hell no. I'm a lazy F word. I'm just kidding. It just says no. Nicole Kessinger told us that she met and started the relationship with a defendant in 2018. And because she said it was good enough for us. So we were just like, come on, never mind. I'm going to get like really nasty here. I can't have to stop. Okay.
Well,
So where that anomaly in the data comes from, I can't answer it for you. I don't know the answer to it. Work said that prosecutors are confident in the results of the murder investigation, which is closed. Quote, I have absolutely no reason to investigate Nicole Kessinger at this point in time, other than the laundry list I could personally provide you, Mr. Rourke, if you would so allow me. He said, this is not a witch hunt. You know what, bitch? Because you're giving people the alternatives, witch hunt or not witch hunt. It's not either. It's a reasonable, logical criminal investigation.
Right.
You gaslighting all over the place.
Jesus.
Work goes on to say, my head's been shoved up my ass, so I don't really know. Sorry.
So I'll be out of my office.
The only thing I can see is the inside of my own rectum. Do you want to know what that looks? I'm joking. My job is to investigate and prosecute who is responsible for the deaths of Shanann, Bella, Celeste, and Nico. We have done that.
There you go.
I have no information nor any belief that any other criminal defendant is out there who is responsible for their death in any way, shape, or form. And guess what, motherfuckers? I don't care what you think because I'm giving you nothing. That's how that sentence really ended.
Yes, you don't have the answer as to that 2017, but you are confident there is no one else. It's a heavy statement, man.
Heavy. Just two more sentences here, and then I'm going to burn this. The Frederick Police Department did not immediately respond to a request for clarification of their earlier statements about the phone data review. Chris Watts pleaded guilty last month to murdering his wife and daughters and is serving multiple life sentences without the possibility of parole at a Wisconsin correctional facility after being transferred out of Denver prison due to safety concerns. I will be right back. You two go ahead, put that in your pipe and smoke it. I just got to get some different.
Okay. I'm shocked by that. That statement. Doesn't it make you crazy, Kurt? Just that it doesn't sit well. That a couple lines above it, he lets us know that he doesn't have any answer as to why that came up. That she was looking up their names a year prior.
Here's a question I have about that as well: is when did she start working there at Anadarko?
March of 2018.
March of 2018.
Yeah.
Okay, so they must have had some kind of interaction. The data is there. It shows that she was looking up from two different reports, correct?
Yes.
Or two different investigators, I guess I should say.
Yeah.
So that shows right there that two people get this wrong and it's a typo. But besides that, there must have been some other kind of interaction going on before that, and who knows? This leads to other conspiracy theories that maybe the reason she got that job there was because she knew he worked there. Right?
There's just so many could have beens, what ifs.
Right. What if it's a possibility? That's all I'm just throwing out there.
But nonetheless, because we were not given a full answer. We're left with the what ifs. And they want us to shut up.
Yeah.
They want us to shut up.
Yes. They don't because it puts pressure on and they just don't like to hear. The other thing about it too is, the other side of that is as much as Shanann posted on Facebook Live, every day for so long, all that information is going to get out there. And people are going to see the other people that are involved in your lives.
Yes.
And Chris was there, and maybe she thought, wow, that's a good-looking man. I think I'm going to try to find out who they are.
I always think that be very careful what you put out there.
Because it can bounce from different people that may not necessarily be friends on Facebook or whatever. But there's friends that like something, and then that shows up in another person's timeline. And before you know it, you're all over the place.
Yeah, you're right. There was there was way too much of their lives that whoever was watching it knew it just about, like, from the time they got up till the time they went to bed,
Yeah.
what the watch was doing, and that's not safe ever.
No, and the fact that she didn't think about that kind of surprises me, because she seemed like she was a relatively intelligent person. I mean, it just, I don't know. I think the drive, well, like we've talked about in another broadcast, the drive to have to succeed, to have to try to get out of debt, all the factors and variables that were involved with this, it all just accumulated into this terrible situation. But looking at this specifically, I don't understand why any kind of prosecutor that could find some kind of leads that look suspicious wouldn't look at them, regardless of whether you had somebody saying, pleading guilty totally when things are throwing themselves in your face by other investigations, and you're just sitting there saying, well, no, I'm not going to look at that. We're just going to close this down because he pleaded guilty.
Yeah, we did our job.
Yeah.
We've done, and that's what he puts up there. We have done that. So basically, shut up. Everybody shut up now.
He admitted to killing everybody. So even if she had something to do with it, we've got our man, and we're just going to shut it down right here because she came forward at least and told us some things.
Yeah, and a year from now, we're going to give you people 1,960 pieces of paper that is going to make your head spin, but you still all have to shut up. God, that's really even more maddening than is to get first 2,000, and then they took some out, but then they started revising, and then papers were left in, but there were revisions made, just very, very sneaky.
This is almost as bad as the Roswell case. Oh, wait a minute, I'm on the wrong channel.
What's it? Oh, the Roswell. Yeah, really though.
Channel, but anyways, it's like that, big cover-ups. I don't know.
And that's the why too, like you said, because you're like, why them? Why him? Why? That's the whys that make yourself go crazy. You're never gonna know unless.
Well, why won't anybody look at this still? That's the question. When it's being circulated there, people see that there were other investigations done with this, and these things that pop up. I mean, why do you turn a blind eye to it?
Yeah.
It just doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, I mean, I agree. We've done enough. How many channels that have proved that there was a lot of mistakes and a lot of shoddy work. But what would it take for them to really look into her? I don't know. Unless there's a video of her that clearly shows her either at survey that morning, like, unless there's something damning, what are they going to get her on?
Right, and I don't know the law in Colorado, and I don't know, once a case has been done like this, if they can find other information after this has been settled for years. How anybody can go back and look at any of this, or if when the evidence was with what Kelly's presented tonight, which has been out there.
Yeah.
I don't know how anybody can reopen this. There might be a way. I don't know what Colorado law is. So
yeah, I mean, it would have to be pretty good, because we've, amongst every group that have, explored and found so many clear indicators that something's not quite right. No one's found anything that is the smoking gun.
I'm going to be back in like 3 minutes. I am just getting my kid some dinner because I try to starve him sometimes.
Oh, give him food tonight.
Tonight. Okay.
Letting him eat tonight. That's nice.
Bad mom.
Yeah, right. All right, let me see. Let's see what the chat's saying here, Kurt.
Yeah, because this is some good information.
I got to go way back because Streamline, it's ridiculous.
I'll be right back.
Many questions if they actually gave her any. Yeah, my boys. I'm sure there were many questions if they gave her any that we don't know about. I'm just going back because I know then there were questions, but then the mods were helping and DC then helped answer a bunch of questions. So I don't want to go back and answer what they did. Green Eye Bandit. Who's the guy in the chat room? That's Kurt. I know. I like that. I like the way you phrase that. The chat room. That's our one and only Kurt Stacy. All right.
And I've been blessed to be able to be invited up to so many of these. It's fun. I really enjoy discussing this.
Yeah, we enjoy having you. It's really nice. Joan said, I think they may have looked into NK, but if all of us came together and unite and stop with the drama. Yeah, Joan, it's a good thought, but they watch what we do. They see what we're doing. The R see what we're doing. They want it to stop. And like I told Kurt, what would be the smoking gun? I don't know. I don't know, other than something really tactile, visual, what there could be. I mean, you have a GPS with her there at 6, in the morning there. To me, that's a smoking gun, but it wasn't. It could have been maybe, but because they made a deal, it wasn't. That could have been something that they really could have tied her into it, and she could have, had some type of legal action taken against her. But for whatever deal they made, she was kept safe.
Mm-hmm. Or she could have just lied to them and said, well, I was really into him and I was just kind of stalking him, and I do that. I drive near their neighborhood all the time. Who knows? But
there you go. The word stalking, because as a parent, they're her parents. I would not take his answer of we don't know why. You better find out then. My 4 family members are dead. If this woman I'm just saying, did have anything to do with it, and she's a woman that goes after married men. What if it happened again? It doesn't happen a lot, but the what if on that, then whose hands is the blood on them?
Mm-hmm. That's why I would think that they would want to make sure that wouldn't happen again. I mean, depending on whatever, who knows? I think just because she was so forthcoming with everything that they gave her a little leeway, or not a little, a lot. It sounds like
a lot. I mean,
yeah. So
started out on the tip. She called the tip line 3 times in a row.
You're like, this is all we need. If we get her testimony about this kind of stuff, then we've really gotten there.
Yeah. Oh, and she doesn't want to come in. She wants to meet us at the park. We'll take her to the park.
And it's easy.
And make sure we bring some biscuits for her dog too.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah. Sorry.
That's what it's all. I mean, it almost sounds like. I mean, murders and things like that go on a lot, and there's certain cases that are highlighted, and there's reasons why they are. I mean, you hear every day in America, in whatever cities, what's going on in different cities with people getting killed and all that kind of stuff, and it's terrible. But certain situations stand out, and it makes everybody go, wow. Now we know with this, it was because it just looked like it shouldn't have happened. First and foremost, on the front end, looking at that picture perfect camera. And then when you delve into it and realize he was having an affair, and apparently based on other information, I don't know whether this has been verified or not, but he was on, what's that app?
For what? Like the Match.com?
No, he was on. I used to be on it, and then I got off of it. The one like the hookup app. What is it called?
Like Tinder.
Yeah. and he apparently, from what I don't know. I've heard this from other sources. I don't know if it's true or not, but I don't think she was the first woman that he screwed around with. Now that hasn't been verified, and nobody's ever justified that.
No, I mean, 2 people came forward, but they didn't feel that they were being honest, the girl and the Tremple. So yeah, I mean,
Yeah, and then that gay guy.
He lived alone. Shanann did not come out to Colorado for like, I don't know if it was a few months or up to a year. So he was living in their friend's basement, but Chris was out there on his own for a bit.
Okay.
So anything's possible.
So if that is true, then I mean he had the tendency to screw around anyways. But it was just when you look at it and what I've said, all these I've said this a lot. I mean, it just looked like when you have all this success and this image that you're portraying, and it looks like everything's going well. It's not like, well, you got this wonderful family and you're living the dream, and then just one day you kill your family. So that's what I think intrigues everybody. And then when you delve deeper into it, like we do on Kelly's channel, and you look at things like what she's presenting tonight, and you see that there's this evidence there that they just wanted to ignore. That's what drives us crazy. I mean, it's like, why, if you're really that good of an investigator, if you've been trained in law, if you've been trained in knowing how to identify these kind of things, why not at least pursue it to see if there's something there? And if there's not, and it's a dead end, well, then great.
Yeah.
Well, the FBI didn't go to Wisconsin because they missed them and wanted to visit them. They went back to make sure that they had, solidified the case. So yeah, it wasn't because they wanted to bring him his favorite candy bar and Mountain Dew.
Okay. Well, at least they got him to admit that he did kill
a whole new disaster of what he told us. That oh god, awful, gruesome. Then we heard the gruesome detail of the children and the disposing and Bella. It was just.
We did, and I'm gonna actually cut that off because I've been getting some weird. Well, I'll talk to you about that later. But let's. I love you so much, Curious Rose. You already get me. I don't need to say anything else. You know.
We read each other.
How are you doing? Welcome to What's the Obsession recently. I haven't seen you here in a while. Welcome. Now, I just want to. A couple people had mentioned this, and see close. Let's see what we got here. See Close Birdie mentioned this. I noticed a couple times. Other people mentioned it too. So I went and found it for us, so we can all listen. Because what do we like on this channel, boys and girls? Facts, not clickbait. And the Chris Watts coworker Anthony Brown interview tape. I think you're saying by Zav Girl on YouTube. Zav Girl is amazing. I love Zav Girl. It's the interview is part of the discovery, so I found it somewhere else. It's not so proprietary. He talks about seeing them being close in a certain time frame. Well, you know what? See Close Birdie, damn Skippy, you're right. Let's take a listen to that video. Oops, hold it. To bring it into the stream. And of course, we're talking about the a-hole, also known as Chris Watts, and his mistress, known as Investigative. All right, if you guys could just mute just while we're listening to this, that would be awesome, because I still don't know where the swirling's coming from. You got one of you is really magical. I love it. You're both magical. Okay, so this is the Anthony Brown interview with investigators, of course. And he's talking about his observations of Chris Watts and the hooch, formerly known as Nicole Kessinger, interacting with each other in the office setting.
So he allegedly had a girlfriend who worked here.
I think I'd seen them.
You think you'd seen them? Do you know when that was?
There would be this girl. And
Do you know her name?
I think it was Nikki. I think her name was Nikki. A brunette. She had a pretty good body. So the guys, when we sit in this common area, I don't know if you've been through this building or not. If you go down the hall, there's a little common area. It's like 3 little white square tables. That's where our group sits. Usually all the groups sit together throughout the building. And she would always walk by, and I would see him, like, he would always be on his laptop, and when she would walk by, he'd, like, look up a little bit and stare at him the whole time. I didn't think anything of it because she was a fit girl. I'm like, okay, and she is attractive. But I did see them talking differently down the hall. Because there's a northwest entrance to the building. When you walk in, there's a little monitor TV screen that says oil prices. They're up, kind of like up 2%, down, little updates. And I did see him talking to her in the hall. And they were with him like pretty close. Like, I don't know, like too close for my bubble, like closer than you and I are right now. They were talking, I didn't think anything of it. Because right where they were, if you just go east a little bit, there's a gas monitor. And that was what she did. She would make sure the gas monitors were calibrating and take care of that room. I was like, oh, maybe he's just talking about the gas monitor. But when they said he was having an affair with the girl at work, I'm like, there's only 2 females in this office I've seen him talk to. And one of them is impossible. Isn't Nancy? She works in the OCC, but she works with all of our group. I'm like, that's out of the question. And I was like, I've seen him talk to her, and I see him staring at her every time she walks by. And the guy didn't say it. They know she's attractive, and she's like, and she knows she's attractive, so she's trying to get attention,
Right.
Because the fridge is in there, and she put her food in there. But he would always stare at her awkwardly. So when they said that there was a girlfriend or a girl involved, that was the first person that came to mind. I'm like, it's her. I know it is her. And then a couple other guys said that they knew that was her too.
Mm-hmm.
And then when they said that, I went to go check because there's a parts room you can get, and her office is right there. Her nameplate was ripped off the wall, and her stuff was gone. It's like, okay, 2 and 2 together. It's gotta be her.
You remember about when it was you saw them talking out the back door?
I'm gonna make copies.
This might have been 5 months ago, maybe. It wasn't within all this happening. It might have been 5 months ago or so.
Okay.
I'm like a visual person. I see things, and then when something comes up, I can go back and reflect. I'm like, oh, wow, I did see them talking in the hall pretty closely. Mm-hmm. And I was talking to some other people, because something happens in the office, word's going to spread like wildfire.
All right.
And I was talking to some other guys, and he's like, yeah, I saw them talking real close. And I was like, yeah, that's what I saw too. And I was like, it's got to be her, and she's gone now. So, but it was about 5 months ago or so, because she's been here a while, 4 or 5 months ago. Yeah.
Okay, so a couple things on that. First of all, NK started working in the Anadarko office in March of 2018. So this interview is now, what's the date of this interview here? I'm not sure. Let me see if I can find that quick. I'm sick of looking stuff up. Can someone look up the date of the Anthony Brown interview? I have like a few too many tabs here. My computer's smoking. So it's the end of August, beginning of September. I'm guessing probably August. But again, I can't verify that until it's verified. So he's saying 5 months ago. Well, we know that Empanada didn't even work there until March. We got March, April, March. Got to count them on my fingers here. It's getting late. March, April, May, June, July, August. Okay, so that does give 6 months. So dude here is blowing up their self-reported timeline of, yeah, we just got together in the end of June, and then I was bringing condoms to her house on the evening of June 27th, when same day my wife left for North Carolina. So this really is, in my opinion, is having viewed, read, listened to, been exposed to what I believe to be a rather exhaustive selection of discovery items. This is the most, this is the one piece of information, witness statement that really blows up their timeline. If he's reporting what he remembers with an even approximate degree of accuracy, because he's saying 5 months ago. Well, 5 months ago and 2 months ago is like really different. When you're saying that our relationship began in the end of June when my wife left for North Carolina versus our relationship began at least 3 months before my wife left for North Carolina in June. And that's just yet another ginormous megalomania lie we're both telling, right?
Mm-hmm. Or even before that, even before she was there.
or even before she was there, which is a perfect segue. I just want to address Hooptastic. Welcome, Hooptastic, by the way. Nice to see you. Want to address Hooptastic's comment. Says, didn't they get her phone before September of 2018? So these searches wouldn't even be there yet if it was a typo. That would be true if we were referencing the year 2018, and it is confusing because it's all over the place. But the referenced searches were for a one Mr. Chris Watts on August 3rd of 2017 and Shanann Watts on September, I think it's 7th of 2017. So these searches would have, yes, already happened. Does anyone want to hear that little snippet from Anthony Brown again?
I was just going to say, here comes that noise again that you've been hearing.
Yeah, it's all good. It's like summer, and we need fans if you're in the northeastern part of the United States for sure. I don't know what it is though.
Yeah,
it's making me nuts when I was trying to read over it. You know what I mean?
I like your question, T.
Oh, vortex is getting louder, you know. So
T said he met some gay guy with question marks.
What? I didn't see that. I'm so
no,
funny.
we don't know. He denied it. You know, Chris denied it, but Trent said he did. So who knows?
Yeah. Well, and then Shannon, hi Shannon, says, and she met them July 4th, 2017, right? 8 months before she started working with Chris. Possibly. There were circumstances that existed that were favorable for a Watts-Kessinger meeting, but I haven't really seen any evidence that has persuaded me to believe that happened as a factual event in history on this planet. But maybe.
For on who? I'm sorry, I stepped away for 1 second. On Trent?
Huh? No.
What were you saying? You didn't believe Kelly? I stepped away.
Oh, okay. So I was reading. It's okay. I was reading Shannon's comment.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
What's that all about? I thought I heard something about that.
It was. I think isn't that when they had that event, that Jim Children's Hospital fundraising event, when she was climbing on the ropes, and wasn't that where the possible meeting might have taken place?
I don't know. I don't know if there was two separate occasions, but that is a little eerie that she participated with Jim in like a an athletic challenge where the proceeds went to the children's hospital that Shanann worked at. That is just a little bit weird.
Yeah, I mean, and right around the same time when she was undeniably, according to everything that we've just taken in just today, when she was searching Shanann, really, as far as we know, we have no other reason has been put forth that would explain why in God's green earth was she searching Shanann Watts in September of 2017, barring stalker situation or stalker situation. I don't know.
I wonder when that challenge was, and if what Shanann was posting on Facebook at that time.
I actually had looked into that. I'm not sure if I saved the picture to my files, because the only place I could actually find the picture was from Plunder. Just, taking Plunder for granted, assuming Plunder was always going to be there. Well, Plunder, thanks to WT, revamped her channel and took a ton of her material down.
She did take a lot of it down. I didn't know that one. She
only left 4 videos up when because I'll explain it a little more later. Yeah, she did take a lot of it down. So I just thought, oh, well, Plunder's always going to be there as a reference point. I'm not going to go download all her file. You know what I mean? So I just knew that's where it was, and I know if you can find it now. Yeah, and also an 1/8 cup of water, okay? All right, sorry. Still trying to feed the kid.
It's one every day. Oh, God.
Let's see.
That's okay. I had to give the dog a treat.
Yeah. It's okay. I don't think of you as a pet, sweetheart. They don't just
Yeah, Muck Boys.
medically engineered pet.
That's a good comment. Muck Boy said Anthony Brown seemed to be the only employee that I trusted. His interview, I mean, when he cried because him and his wife were trying to have kids and she was having problems, and
Authentic.
he said, "I don't know how to just take the life, you take all of your children's life away, and me and my wife," and he was really bawling.
Yeah, I mean, he was. I mean, I believe he was. Good point, Muck Boys. He was.
Yeah.
He was authentic. It was authentic. I believe. You know. Hold on. I'm just looking for that picture. Just one last screen here, and then I'll give it up. It just might be gone forever.
Hi, Downtown Wonder.
Paula, I implore you, bring back the photograph. I'll send her, get her an email, see if we can come up with that.
T. Andrews asked, what did her ex ever say about her?
Awesome. What?
T. Andrews said, what did her ex ever say about her? I said, not much, a couple of lines. They were married. She started working more. Then they started not communicating, and then she stopped coming home at night, and then they split up and divorced. So he didn't really have much.
I still didn't hear that about the ex-husband.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that was very, very vague. Yeah. Yes, honey. Yep. Go ahead. Just don't burn down the kitchen. Anything else is a go.
Yeah, please don't.
I'm a strict mother.
Are you talking about Shanann's ex-husband?
Yeah, that was the question. If T wanted to just know if he ever seen about it. They didn't interview him, but it was very, very minimal.
Yeah.
Very, he didn't have much to say. And they were
married.
She worked a lot.
Yeah, it doesn't seem like they had a really close. What she said about him was he was unattractive, yet he still cheated on me. Isn't that what she told Cindy? And what he said about her was like, well, she just stopped coming home and then we divorced. Right? That's like,
it was so odd. I'm like, who? Yeah. She stopped coming home, just stayed at work, and then we got a divorce. Like, how weird is that?
I know. I mean,
a lawyer.
He was a lawyer. Yeah, when she first met him, he was in school, and I don't know if he was a lawyer by the time they divorced. I'm not sure of that, but he was not a lawyer when they had first married.
Right. Yeah. And she claims, of course, that she put him through law school, but I'm kind of like, no, that's not true. Silly girl. No.
He's probably still paying.
Betty Broderick.
He's definitely payers on loans to be a lawyer. He's probably still paying on his loans.
Yeah.
You don't just pay, you don't just go along and pay. You'd have to have a ton of money to just say, yeah, I put him through law school. It's a fortune.
Yeah. I always wondered, shortly after she divorced him, how she was able to afford that big house that she had. When the first time she had everybody over, for the cookout. And I've seen pictures of that house. In fact, and you all probably know this already.
Oh, I've documented the house in a video I made. I'm just kidding. Yes, it's a crazy ass house.
It was. Furniture they brought out to Colorado. Remember that mirror and all that?
Say that again, sweetie.
Some of the same furniture that was in that house that she had in North Carolina.
Yeah.
To Colorado, like that mirror and a couple other things that you can see that were in both of them, because there is somewhere online you can look and see pictures of what her house inside. So. That's
right. And I think it's worth noting again, in the bankruptcy documents that we reviewed recently in a live stream, they, evaluate their interior furnishings, furniture, bedroom sets, computers, televisions, artwork, and such at $1,445.
Yeah.
It's not true, guys.
And the dog is $5.
Oh, and Teeter. He was $5 in a yip.
Isn't that right? Is that correct? What they put on there?
That's right. $5 for Dita, baby. No, Dita. No. Yeah, that made us sad.
Full-blooded dog.
Gosh. Unbelievable. Aw, poor Deets. Poor Deets. Yeah, so that video is gone. I'll see if I can. I don't know. I just want that picture for some reason. I'll see if I can get in touch with Plunder and see if she has it. So not a big deal, really. Craziness. All right, let me see what else is going on here in chat. Oh my God, you get Muck Boys and freaking John McSmith together. Forget about it. Oh. What? No, I don't. I think this is a rumor. Green-Eyed Bandit asks. It's worth asking, though. And please, when I pin it and say, oh, I think it's a rumor, you very well could be right. That was just my initial reaction. So Green-Eyed Bandit says, Molson Man, can I ask you a question? I guess I just did. Has anybody looked into Michael Rourke and that his wife had been assaulted and strangled by a man who looked very similar to CW? I have looked into Michael Rourke's personal and professional history at a relatively extensive length. I found no record of that. I'm going to tend to say that that's probably a rumor. Does anyone else know anything about that? I will give it a little bit of time, and then I will take the silence as a statement of the negative. No, don't know. Oh, no, here. Sorry. I'm going to check the email now. So, hey, I'm tossing it back to, oh, it's just Kurt. Toss it to you, Kurt.
Where curious go?
It's gonna be an underhand slow pitch, baby. Can you catch it? All right. So I do have to get my email really quick here. So what are some of your questions, Kurt?
Well, I think a lot of them have been answered tonight just based on what you've presented. I always, like I said, when I first came in, I always wondered what she was doing at 6:15 a.m. with that ping. And I've got my suspicions about stuff now that we're on this. And then delving deeper into looking at the other evidence that was presented and that looked like it was basically thrown off to the side or erased with the internet searches and everything.
Just one second. Can someone delete? I'm sorry. Can someone delete Muck Boys? I'm sorry. Hold it. I just don't want this. You know what I'm saying, Muck Boys?
No.
Oh, I'm sorry. Hold it. Let's see. I think I hid that. Okay. I think. Oh, shit. Why don't you just put it on the screen, Cal? We got to get rid of that comment. Okay. And a little bit after 10:40, there's a comment from Muck Boys that should be erased. Okay, go ahead, Kurt.
No, so and then it made me think tonight, and more so than I've ever thought about this before, with the 2017 and everything. And I think I commented on this. Of course, this is all just theory about the fact that she was even looking up things in 2017. There's a couple of different things that could have been going on at that time. Number one is either she already had contact with him and she knew about him, and maybe there was some kind of relationship going on, maybe not. Number two is I know that some women get so obsessed with men that they want to go after that maybe she purposely may have been scanning Anadarko to see when there was a job opening because she knew that Chris worked there, to try to go there and then infiltrate herself into that whole situation.
Yeah, but wait, hold it. Let's just do the reality check. It's not just women that get so obsessed with men. It is also men that get so obsessed with women.
I know. Yes.
I'm just laughing on you. Go ahead.
Setting that we're looking at. I kind of have my own little experience about like a woman stalking me, so I just know what that's all about. Anyway,
you're totally talkable. Yeah.
Do what?
Huh? I said you're totally stalkable, Kurt. Go on with your bad self.
You're being too kind. Anyways, but so it just made me start thinking about some other things that were going on. And then when you throw in the piece where the investigators didn't even want to look at these other possible leads, they figured, well, we can just close this case now. He's admitted to it. Let's just close it, and it's just easier for us, so we don't have to really look at anything else, and we'll just let him take all the blame for this. I mean, he admitted to doing the deeds that he did, and we've got our man, so let's just close the case.
Right.
Regardless of whether, I mean, I would think most real, like somebody like Nancy Grace, who I know that you really admire, if she saw any kind of loose ends like that, I think,
man, she tied that shit up.
Yeah, she would totally go after those loose ends and tie it all together.
Wow.
Everybody who was probably involved with this into where they're supposed to be. Now, I just think that possibly these prosecutors just thought, well, wow, look at how nice it is that she came forward and presented this evidence to us, and it just gives us more of a backing. At least she came forward and she was honest about their relationship. So if she's being honest about this relationship and she seems like she's sincere about her care for after she found out about the murders and her care about not wanting to be with somebody that was a psychopath like that,
right?
Then we probably have every reason to believe everything she's saying, and let's just go with this because it gives us the extra information that we need to close this case up, and let's just wrap it up.
Yeah. So you're saying that's like possibly the perspective that law enforcement was maintaining?
Yeah, it's possible. Yeah. So, I mean, just this whole thing tonight, talking about all this has just made my brain go,
I know.
I really thought about. I always wondered about that ping with the phone and all that, and her being so close in proximity to what has happened. But now I've got even more questions.
Right. Yeah, I know. I mean, this is why, people, refer to it as a rabbit hole. And, it's like the labyrinth of a rabbit hole that, gets all lost in Wonderland and comes out the other side covered in glitter, but not glitter because it's film. It's just so crazy. It's just.
It is. It's like when you were off a little bit and just me and Curious Rose were talking. She's like, right. And then here we go. We present you with this like over 1,000-page document that you can just say, here we go. Now we're done.
Yeah. Right. Here you go. Because we assume you're never going to read this because it's like 1,500 phone books. But here you are. We're like, oh no, we're going to read it and we're going to read it again. We're going to read it again. We're going to read it again. And you know what we're going to do? We're going to make channels that are going to talk about it.
There you go.
So you let us know what's actually going on. And then what we're gonna do, we're gonna make more channels, we're gonna talk about even more, and then we're gonna make channels to talk about those channels. It's really gonna be never ending. And then eventually there's gonna be a channel that's so obsessed, it's called Watsy Obsession. WTF, what is going on here? Yeah, they didn't foresee all this.
That's the big glitter right there.
Oh my goodness.
No, but seriously, for what the main area, the main focus that you've had tonight with this is just all that whole. I was very interested when you first came on. You were showing those documents and like the timeline and that phone call that was over 111 minutes, and it just really makes you think. And why would any investigators, when they see that kind of stuff, just throw it off to the side and toss it aside? And, when they see that it was deleted, I mean, right? Wasn't it? And she deleted all her text messages and pictures in there. As we know, there's a reason for that. But they didn't really include any of the phone cell data in that discovery.
Right. Can you say that again, Kurt?
They didn't include it. Right, correct me if I'm wrong, but they didn't include any of that pertinent cell phone data.
Well, I mean, there was certainly, some pertinent cell phone data in the discovery, but when it comes down to that official discovery timeline, so much of the obvious outliers, anomalies, changes in typical behavior, which is, I know, one of the first things that investigators will look at from a behavioral perspective when they're trying to figure out what the hell is going on and who has criminal culpability in this horrible crime. You look at change in behavior, changes in a person's normal pattern, behavior that's outside the norm, and you zero in on it and you keep peeling back the layers until it makes some kind of sense. And I mean, they were like, we're going to put a glossy finish on top of those layers, so it'll be really hard for you to pick at them, rather than doing what investigators normally do, is to peel back the layers systematically to include reasonable possibilities and to exclude unreasonable possibilities. It's just, I mean, everybody that knows so much more about so many things than I do, who I've discussed this case with in various aspects of this case, everyone ends up just being stumped. Like, this ain't normal, you know?
And doesn't it drive you nuts? I know you've probably watched some of the, like on TV, on like the crime channels.
Oh, yeah.
When
I watched all of them and every single episode 1,500 times, I started this channel.
Okay. All right. When you Tammy up there just like explaining away everything, and then the other man, I forget what his name is, the other man that was you had him up here earlier with the man with the gray short hair. Anyways, they just gloss over everything,
right?
And it just makes you go,
right, yeah.
You're not really talking about his mistress. You talk about how she came forward.
Yeah.
You're not really talking about, all you're talking about is something that makes it better for your case.
That's right.
Is what it looked like to me. So, I mean.
That's right. And now 2 things here really quick. I just want to, hold on, I'm going to stop this and I'm just going to bring into the stream this like really smart woman who's had like a lot of really interesting things to say about this case. Oh, look, I'm just kidding. But I just want to highlight something I say in this Nicole Kessinger documentary that you're pointing on right here. And it pertains to that person, that creator that's out there spreading false information this evening as we speak. Shame on you, sir. And everyone you're talking about. At 6:16 a.m. This is a critical time because this would be right around the time rest, and I'm showing you the evidence of where the Frederick campaign in Frederick that it fourth, which I'm just going to set that to the side for now. One was on July that existed on her phone. Were her searches. Let's see, hold it. I feel really important about this. Weld County released. Might have to cover it again. So as we do look at the phone records from July 13th to August 13th, we see that Nicole Kessinger's phone pinged in Frederick, Colorado, a total of 3 times in that time period. We also have a record that her phone pinged in Frederick, Colorado on July 4th, which I'm just going to set that to the side for now because it's not within that July 13th to August 13th timeframe I'm talking about. But she and Chris Watts both acknowledged that she was in Frederick, Colorado on July 4th. So when we're looking at the 3 Frederick, Colorado pings in that July 13th to August 13th timeframe, one was on July 14th. And this is also a day that Chris Watts and Nicole Kessinger both agree that she was in Frederick, Colorado. Now, in my opinion, July 14th was an absolutely pivotal day in this case. And I believe this is the day when Chris Watts started putting the plan into motion. This was the day when, after one of their outings, I believe they went to the Mustang Museum, they went back to Chris Watt's house, and on this day, Nicole Kessinger claims that the dog Dieter strong-armed her into going upstairs where she saw a picture of Shanann and one of the girls. And she claims on that day, she started questioning Chris as to why he's not staying with his wife. She even went so far as to assert that she encouraged him, starting on this day, to stay with his wife. Now, one of my favorite comments that people leave on my channel said no side piece ever. I really do agree with that. The other time, or the second time of the third, when we're talking about the pings on Nicole Kessinger's cell phone in Frederick, Colorado, from July 13th to August 13th.
Also verifiable, let me paraphrase.
For her car that was perhaps picked up morning of August 13th at 6:16 a.m. This is a critical time because this would be right around the time, a little bit after the time that Chris Watts left his driveway after we saw, based on the security camera footage from neighbor Nate's security camera, that he had been packing his car for about half an hour, and then he took off heading to Survey 319, where later that week, the bodies of his beautiful wife, Shanann, 15 weeks pregnant, his daughter, Bella, and his daughter, Cece, were found. Now, these things happened. They were real.
This is the important part.
This issue has been put to rest, and I'm showing you the evidence right here on this video. So guys, please, please take a look at everything that is available. Think for yourself, and don't ever just believe one source when it comes to critical information regarding this case or any other. You always have to ask yourself, who has an agenda and what exactly is that agenda? You know what I'm saying?
That was what I needed everyone to hear. Always, look for multiple sources, look into the source and ask yourself, why is this coming about from this source? Who has an agenda and what is that agenda? You know what I'm saying?
Well, and what I like that you pointed out, and then also is the other times that were listed there, she verified that, right? That they both verified that they
both verified it exactly.
Independently, yeah, supposedly, unless they planned that, but yeah, exactly. And so for so many reasons, that 6:16 a.m. ping is, it's truly an anomaly.
They didn't say, well, were you two together here too?
What's that?
They didn't say, well, they didn't ask them, well, you were here on all these other pings. Were you together here too?
Right. And so why is that, right? There's so many questions around that. Now, I just want to address this real quick. So Muckboy says, not saying guilty, but they never interviewed Shanann's mom, right? Also, they didn't actually ID her, right? Her mom asked if she was beautiful over the phone, right? Well, yeah, I could say right to all of those questions when asked like that, but the fact of the matter is, and Curious Rose, if you're still in chat, being, who I consider to be the medical expert on this channel, because you've proven yourself to be that, the state of Shanann's remains at that time, after that time, in those conditions, was not in a state where an identification would be open up to family or friends or anyone that could personally identify them. I'm trying to not bring up horrible images, but it wasn't like that, right, Rose? I know the words in my head. I don't want to say them. Maybe Rose has some better ones. Now, DC Primetime, I just want you to know, sometimes I have a hard time getting new email when I'm on this channel, because actually this channel that I'm streaming from is not associated with the Watts Obsession
Gmail that you use, and I'm having that experience now. I do want to bring up your stuff. I just want you to know I'm not ignoring you or anything like that. I've just been struggling with it. So Curious Rose, I don't know if you heard that question, but let's see.
I have a question. Is Leatherface here tonight?
Yeah, Leatherface has been in and out. You hear Leatherface? Leatherface, we got requests for you.
Yeah. Do you think he'd want to come up? We talked to him the last time I was here.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I'd love to have you up, Leatherface. Yeah. If you're there, I'd love to have you come up. Oh yeah. Do you want to come up, Leatherface? Here, I'm gonna pop the link in chat. And hell, tell me who you are first, and I'll say yay or nay. And then as long as I publicly disapprove of you or approve of you, you can come. Isn't that terrible? Let's see. I'll be on the next one. Okay, all good. Sometimes people are doing stuff. It's hard for me to believe I know, because all I ever do is sit around and.
Yeah, I wasn't. You did last night, right?
What's that?
You did live last night, I think, right?
I did, yeah, and I'm being very careful to not do one tomorrow night because A Curious Rose I have a big X in my planner as to not schedule anything because she has a live stream tomorrow night at 9 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time that we should all be present at.
Yeah, I started watching the one that you did last night, and by the time I saw where Nancy Grace was at that what's it called, Crime Con or whatever.
Yes, that's right. Yeah.
And then yours came live, so I wanted to see that, but I had some other things going on last night, so I missed it. But
that's okay. Kurt, you're sometimes allowed to have obligations other than being on panel, and that's the obsession. But next time I would like prior approval, if you don't mind. It is in the company protocol. I'm just kidding. That's all good. Is everything okay? It's like, I assume there must be an emergency if someone's not here. No. Okay. Good. So when I was, reading the statements that Muck Boys made, and Nancy had already read your responses, and I was like, there's my other half of the brain cell. She said everything already that, I was thinking, but, and this isn't just you, Muck Boys, but Nancy says, but seriously, the people who retrieved them were traumatized. We're talking like unrecoverable career-ending traumatization. The family or friends would never be asked to ID them. So the people that I have spoken to who are medical people who have been present in autopsies, who would have actual medically based knowledge of the condition that the remains would be in, have said absolutely positively no way anybody who knew that person in life would be called upon to ID them, because it would be like cruel and inhumane in ways that we don't work in our identification system. If anybody disagrees with me on that, who has like medical knowledge, such as Curious Rose, please go. Oh, Curious, she's back. My girl, she never lets me down. Hey girl, how you doing?
I'm sorry, I got dropped off of my Wi-Fi. I think we're getting a storm, so I'm sorry.
Yeah, no, that's okay. I think you were the vortex. Actually, look out.
I was afraid. I really was gonna put in chat to send for help. Help.
So did you hear the question about, and hey, Muck Boys, this isn't about you at all. I just want to say that people ask this question all the time. Did you hear what I was asking about the issue as to why nobody was called upon to identify Shanann?
Yeah, no one was, correct?
Right.
Other than that, she had black hair and she was beautiful.
Right, but they
had Chris's DNA.
Right. So what I was saying was, I don't know if you had heard that the people that I've talked to who are, in the medical field, they would have more like knowledge about the condition that the remains might be in after that period of time in those conditions. Basically, the gist that I've gotten is a family member would not be called upon to identify those remains because basically they're not. It wouldn't be.
It's not right.
It's not appropriate.
That's a good word. Yeah, it's graphic and it's not appropriate for the family.
Right, exactly. So it's just, yes, oftentimes, a body will need to be identified, of course, especially if there's a Jane Doe issue, or if there's an unfortunate tragedy where there's multiple casualties, of course. But I think we try to not put people under like cruel and inhumane circumstances when we ask them to assist professionals in identifying those remains.
Yeah, I mean, you might as well ask the Watts if they want to, maybe help get the bodies out. Like,
Right.
just it's too much. They're already going to be, dealing with that trauma for the rest of their lives.
Yeah. I mean,
Well, I heard also that even the people that had to do the retrievals and everything, it affected them so much that I think some of them quit.
Did some of them what?
Quit.
Oh yeah, Dave Baumhover, the head detective. He had to,
yeah.
And others did as well. Yeah. Hi, Double R. How are you? Nice to see you.
Yeah.
This was a Pop Live, Double R. Yeah. I'm super happy you're here. Tell Mom I said hello.
In fact, I remember Sandy saying on Dr. Phil, if I'm not mistaken, that all of the people that were there the day the bodies were retrieved had to have so much therapy because of what they saw.
Yeah.
It's horrible. And Baumhover tried for a while he was doing like a blog type thing, because he just couldn't be out in the field anymore.
No.
And he even had to stop doing that. He said it's like very hard on his wife. He knew he wasn't doing well when they were in a supermarket and he saw a little girl, the age of, I forget which one of the little girls. And
she said, all of a sudden, I feel like I have to protect him from the sight of toddlers.
It's awful. It's awful.
I mean, and these are seasoned, well-trained, well-experienced, professional criminal investigators. So yeah, they're not going to expose anybody that has to identifying the body that's been under those conditions, that level of decomposition. From what I gather from people who know more.
Right. I mean, and plus, we also had a diagram which Chris gave us with the actual initials on each oil tank and who were in them. Isn't that sickening? Yeah. And this is where Shanann is. And then when they did find Celeste and they called Sandy and they said, we don't know which one it is. Well, Celeste wears a brief. Okay, well, we have Celeste. Okay, well, then we'll go with that.
Yeah. Now, Becky Boo, and I think your questions are fair. Becky Boo had said, will there be dental records, right? And then Becky Boo asked, you would think they would ask for identifying marks, scars. I do think some of that was contained in the autopsy reports and that would be identifying. But I think as a Curious Rose is, summing up for us right now, Becky Boo, the way things went down, it was just so clear who the victims were.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not a situation where there's mass casualty and you have to decipher who survived and who did not. It's not, it's not a Jane Doe. But
that's a good way of
how it happened. We knew who they were. There wasn't a need for all of that extra means of identification. That's how I read it.
That's right.
Yeah. Yeah. Gosh, it's a tough one. I mean, even when you see, Tammy Lee, when she's talking about being present at the recovery and she starts crying. And I mean, I've just watched that so many times and you can see the absolute horror and pain and shock in her face every time she talks about it.
And she went to the autopsy. She was in the room when they did the autopsies as well, so I can't imagine.
Right. I mean, man, I don't know. So I see a couple super chats right now, and thank you so much. I'm going to pin them in a minute. I just didn't feel like it was a moment to be celebratory in any way, talking about you guys.
No, I know. It just makes you feel so like it's makes you just feel down.
Yeah. I mean, and it, it's also, I certainly don't like to bring up this topic in any way, shape, or form if it's list, but it's relevant.
You have to
discussing the case, and it is a sobering reminder of the subject matter and the sensitivity and the tragedy that we're dealing with. So all of you freak shows who are out there dropping clickbait and claiming that Tammy Lee is currently now tonight investigating Nicole Kessinger for the murders of Bella, Celeste, unborn baby Nico, as I say, and others say, but someone says it just like I say it. And Shanann, when you know that ain't true, there's no news out there. Shame on you. You should be ashamed of yourself. I hope you're listening, and I hope you're really freaking ashamed of yourself right now. And if you're not, you better go check yourself, because you should be.
That's right.
Good Lord, people. Hi, Ho Chi Minh, how are you?
Yes, that's right, Kurt. Those poor people that had to deal with seeing them. The family had to deal just with forever and what they're left with.
Oh, God, I mean, I just...
I mean, that just had to be horrible. And,
I mean, for as much as I've always taken an interest in true crime for many reasons, I am very, I don't have a strong tolerance for those kind of difficult to handle details that like medical professionals have to handle with. I don't have a strong stomach or whatever for it. I don't know what the right word is. I mean, even reading, I mean, the few times I have read through the complete autopsy reports, I mean, I'm not going to say, oh, I'm traumatized, but I mean, I am thinking about it hard for a few days. And my mood,
you don't forget them, and you don't have to be you have to be in medicine to not forget certain things that are said.
Yeah,
right. What they said was what happened, and all that. I mean, it just
it's forever in your. It's just forever imprinted. Oh.
Yeah, exactly. Oh gosh.
And
so, Hallie S, always supporting the channel, and thank you very much for the super stickers. I'm always glad you're here. And she's always contributing a lot to conversation and comments on videos and stuff. I just loved all of these really smart perspectives. You guys bring so much. I know so much more about so many things than I know about, or Rose knows about, or definitely a Kurt knows about.
It's nice when you have other people. Kevin in the oil field.
Candy.
And that was great that Kevin knew the oil fields. He had some really good information.
What a great team.
Yeah. A certain side of your channel, but
what's that? You're blushing. Aww.
Just right. Like I was telling Curious Rose when you were away for a little bit, I told her, I said, I just have so much fun on here, and I'm blessed to be able to come up here and talk with everybody, and it opens my mind to a lot of things that I wasn't thinking about. So I'm like,
yeah, no, you've really evolved, because I remember like the first couple times you came on here, I think I'm gonna strangle that man. I'm definitely never letting him come back.
Yeah, I remember you and I even having a phone conversation.
Why this happened in the first place? We're like, dude, we get it.
Kurt, you were a whole phone conversation where one night we're like, what's he doing? Is he,
I was like, yeah, because we could like nix him right now.
Is he a troll? Is he a troll? We'll watch him one more time. We'll give him one more chance. And I think he's a troll.
All eyeballs on Kurt.
We did. That's funny when I think of it now, but you have to be cautious.
But the outcome is we're so happy that we were erring on the side of caution, and we know how terrific you are. Yes.
Yeah.
And I gotta be careful next time I send Jody is cool on special assignment. That's for sure. I love Jody. A little bit of inside jokes now. Okay. Let's see. His presence. Okay. So Jacqueline says, I want to know who the heck I'm assuming you're talking about Chris Watts, was texting the whole time cops and Nicole Atkinson were at the house. And during Nate's showing of the video, was it NK? Did they ever disclose that? They do not disclose that, but guess what? They don't need to, because
they don't. I did answer that question, but you could answer it again, Kelly.
We're smart.
We have, the comparisons. I love that.
Yeah, we're smart enough to cross-reference the phone data, the metadata, the various timelines, and the body cam footage to be like, oh, look, there's Chris Watts receiving the text about the Lucky Charms or whatever.
Yeah. In fact, I dropped a link. Dr. B has a whole video just on that alone. It's almost comical, though. Yeah.
I don't think I've seen that one. I'm going to have to check that one out.
Yeah.
Oh, cool.
That might not be the title of the video, but it's a big part of, but she has so many videos on the Watts case. If I get a chance to look at it and I find the exact video, I'll let you know, so you can put it in your community link. But man, is it good. It is a good one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hey, DC, I know this was like half an hour ago, but I'm curious. You said Then text Kobach, seeing if they took the bait. So I'm sure you're talking about Kessinger. Are you talking about a specific text to him? Because she was texting him all over the place, all hours of the night, which is super weird. But yeah.
Yeah, he took it for the team, because basically it's like, you're gonna just shut up, and you're gonna, no matter how much she bothers you, just go deal with it, because she is giving us the information that is fitting right in with our narrative. So suck it up, Kobach. And if she takes it at 2 a.m., too bad.
Yeah, right. And he took it until he couldn't take it no more. And he's like, "Bomb over. I'm sorry. Like, like my rope is just snapped."
Yeah.
And you saw it happening in that last interview on August 23rd.
Right.
Yeah, he was like, "All right, dude, you're freaking like, you know."
Yeah.
Yeah. So, and Double R, thank you very much for the super sticker. You're awesome. Thanks for supporting the channel and for being here. Glad you made it tonight, Double R. And tell Mama to send us some homemade baked goods too here. How's your mom? Mom's doing good. Mom was doing yesterday. I assume she's still doing. I hope she's still doing good today. So, oh yeah, Anaphylaxis, who's a former detective and police sergeant.
Yeah. Ugh.
With that kids is rough girl. Yeah, and I cannot. Oh God. Ugh. I know. I noticed someone called Double R Double D. I wasn't, but I wasn't gonna.
That's cute.
So yeah.
That's cute.
Yeah, we love Double R, friend of the channel. Double R, when are you coming up here? By the way. So why does it never show up 2 weeks in a row? Are you talking? I don't know if you're talking about the notification still, but this I scheduled like half an hour before it actually happened. Yeah. So Nancy N says there are creators who literally do hundreds of autopsy videos on the Watts case and put out misinformation, and that's
despicable.
I don't like that. No.
That's so reckless and careless. And those creators who, make videos of these, and even if, like me, I come up and I talk about it, I'm still like, I'm watching every word I say, because
you're professional and you're class. No, it's different. Yeah.
You be professional. Everything that I've ever heard you talk about it is.
Thank you. Because I hate the thought of, I don't care if it's Sandy or if it's Cindy that listens to us and be like, who the hell is she? Like, I don't, that's why I don't get too graphic. I don't want that misinformation when they were saying such stupid things in the chat yesterday. Then we realized, like, these people are trolling and stuff. It makes me so mad. Just make you're an instant advocate for those kids and Shanann when you see that kind of nonsense come through.
Yeah, absolutely. T. Andrews, this is an interesting point. I think, in Kurt's obsessive way of posing this question to all of us, I think this is maybe what he's getting at too. T. Andrew, tell me if I'm right, Kirk. I don't want to put words in your mouth. I would never want to silence you or speak for you. T. Andrew says some are just trying to prove reasons why he reacted murderous. Like, why was murder the answer? Say what? Murder?
Why didn't he just get a divorce? Good question without an answer. Other than what? Maybe financial?
Or just have an affair and eat shit for the rest of their life.
Oh, right.
Like, plenty of people have an affair and they eat shit for the rest of their lives. Like, that's okay. Oh, yeah. Definitely the link, Double R. Here you go. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Kurt.
I was going to say, and people get divorced, and yes, there's a lot of financial responsibility involved with that. And but you suck it up if you're going to be living your lifestyle like that. If you're screwing around on your wife, and then they find out. I mean, it's just that you take responsibility for what you're doing, and then you just have to pay the price for it. I mean, he didn't want to.
So
he didn't know where to go with it. I have no money now. She's home. I don't want to be with her. I want to be with my fun girlfriend. My fun girlfriend is not going to want to be with me anymore once she knows that Shanann and I are bankrupt again. It all caved in.
Well, here, this is, I kind of see it like this too. The fun girlfriend is the one who knew about that because, listen, Chris Watts assumed all of that personal liability way back when. And, you know, through the reading of Blood Curious Rose, just read on her channel, you know, there, Edward, are you here? You had an epiphany. And I'm sorry that you were by yourself in the comment section and not in chat when your epiphany happened. I tried to hold your hand.
Oh.
But he was, you know, saying like, I feel like my humor is escaping everyone but myself tonight. I'm sorry for that, but sometimes it got to entertain me. So
you are saucy tonight. We will say that.
I like that
saucy. So saucy. I'm just pissed about the way that people are treating AD, and I'm pissed about you know, the freaking lame ass clickbaiters that are, you know, playing on people's feelings. I mean, I don't want to say forget about the family. Most of all, the families and people that were actually close to these victims, but even just people that give a shit like us. Like, pathetic. You're all pathetic.
It's pathetic.
You need to go like find a different hobby because you're not good at this one. Like, we're good at this hobby. You're not.
It makes no sense though. This is a hobby that you it's not like you come home and you're like, oh, that's right. Tonight, don't forget, I have to turn on YouTube and I have to watch those channels. Just don't watch YouTube then anymore. But to hate, and I wasn't here when this started 4 years ago, but 2 years ago when I was here, it was very ugly. There were groups, different groups, slashing tires, waiting for people in supermarket parking lots. Someone had the crap beat out of them because they were in different camps, whether it was you were in the Ars camp or the Watts. It was so bad. And I know something violent happened too, and I don't know if AD something, but I remember with one of their cars completely had all slashed tires. These people aren't right. They're not right. This is, if you can't just debate like an adult, you should get the hell out of my channel.
Exactly. And the problem, with this evening, and one reason I am feeling so spicy, is it seems there are people out here that are trying to visit those good old glory days. And like, I personally, if I can do anything about it, I'm not going to let it happen, because whether, I support you, like my friends Pierre or AD, or I can't freaking stand your channel, and I can name you, but I'm not going to even, because you're not.
That's right.
Like, I don't want bad things happen to people in real life.
No,
I mean, definitely not. No one. Even if like
I'm going mine.
YouTube creator perspective, there's some part of you that some part of me very much relates to. We're all humans, and I really do care about people. I don't want anything bad to happen.
Yes.
So just cut the shit. What do we got coming up? Oh, Double R. It's a special day. Hey, Double R, what's up?
Hey, what's going on?
Hi, Double R.
Welcome to chat. I didn't forget about you. I see your shit talking in chat there. You take that all back right now, Double R.
She asks me every time. Yeah, shaking my head.
Oh, that's so
cute.
funny.
That's cute. What are you thinking, Double R? What are your thoughts?
I don't know. I just got back. I'm trying to figure out what you guys are talking about. I asked a few people and still can't figure it out. All over the map.
I gotta take a drink really quick. You want to kind of brief them on the lowlights? I guess they are.
Yeah, right. Kelly let her kid eat tonight too, so that we got disrupted because a small child was hungry.
Yeah. Well, he's not really small. He's 13 years old, and he's taller, and he weighs a lot more than I do.
Oh, God.
But, okay, so what are your questions, what we're talking about tonight, Double R?
Right.
Kurt, Rose, do the honor. I got to get a drink.
Oh, God, Kurt, it was ugly, right? I mean.
Yeah. Do you want me to?
Yeah, go ahead.
Man
to man. Let him know what the crappy people are doing right now.
That's right.
Well, first started off, I'm not sure who it was, presenting false information about Tammy Lee going after, finally going after Nicole Kessinger and possibly trying to prosecute her for being involved in the murders with the Watts family.
As if though this is late breaking news by this lame ass computer just tonight.
Yeah, and it got all these people wound up and upset, and they thought there were people crying for joy, saying finally there's some justice being done with this. And after Kelly went and did her research and jumped around to different pages and found out what was going on, it was not the case. it was false information being put out about it, and
Also, NK, they were saying right now was under investigation for the deaths of, and they went into other creators chat, a big creators chat, and started spreading that propaganda like wildfire. And there are people that might have believed it in ADs. He has a lot of smart people. Nonetheless, it wasn't true. Kelly went and kind of looked around.
Because they presented that originally on AD's channel, right?
They came to AD's channel with that information.
This one live stream happened to occur just before Armchair Detective's live stream, or it was kind of overlapping. Yeah. So they were coming over there being like, oh my God, like thinking that, I truly think that they were just like, holy cow, guys. Oh, wow. You know, I'm going to be the one I got to tell you guys, I'm busting at the seams. I'm crying tears of joy. Yeah. You know, finally, she's being investigated. Something's going to be done. It's the justice we've all been looking for. Well, Mr. Lame-ass clickbait over there is just, you know, pulling that out of where you pull up bad ideas.
Yeah.
And, you know, clickbaiting them because that's what he does. I'm just so... and seeing people's emotional reactions, and I know that these people really do care. I'm just like, man, you are like a first-class a-hole. Look at y'all over there being first-class a-holes. So I just had to let people know that's not real. I'm sorry if that disappoints you. I would love for it to be real too, but I'd rather tell you and just like deal with the truth and the reality rather than having you believe some like crazy person.
Literally. I mean, and if it was breaking news, I'm telling you, Nancy Grace would have been on TV with the breaking news if that was true. No doubt.
Right.
No doubt. Seriously. But no, we just know about it on YouTube because we're very special and we just know. No one else knows. But that's what's really going on, you know?
Yeah.
Or one of like the thousands of super amazing, studious super sleuths that are part of this channel community would have been blowing up my phone. And
hell yeah,
because we already would have broke it.
Yes. Yes.
In the YouTube world.
Just don't do that.
And then we moved on to Kelly presented some documents tonight that showed the pings of between Chris Watt's phone and Nicole Kessinger's phone from July 13th to August 13th. And we compared the time frames of those phone calls, and we found one phone call that was unusually longer than any of the other ones that they'd ever had conversations with, and it was preceded right before the August 13th situation, and then the next morning around 6:15, it pinged Nicole's phone pinged very close to Chris Watts's neighborhood, and while the investigators compared the earlier pings in July. They questioned them separately about were you two together during this time, and they admitted that they were. They did not confirm the August 13th ping between the two parties.
I see.
So,
damn, Kurt, you are like an A+ student. Look at you summarize all of the important.
You really are listening. When you're
I see that.
And it was very interesting, just that aspect that they didn't that particular ping was kind of tossed aside during the investigation, and when we had discussed where once Chris admitted to the murders or the murder at the time, he didn't admit to the girls at that time.
About that.
Oh, I love the precision. Good job, Kurt. You're doing great.
The prosecutors figured, well, you know, NK came forward, and we're just going to believe everything that she says. I mean, she admitted to the affair that they had, but they didn't really question her in depth, and they didn't take into account other things. Where even with the discovery, where it shows that she had been Googling their family since September of 2017. Is that
that's
correct?
Right? Yeah. Mm-hmm.
So from that point on, and supposedly their affair didn't start until June of 2018. So they even though it does mention they tried to write it off as a typo, but that was investigated by 2 different investigators. All of this was, and they did not. It's kind of like they didn't want to go after these loose ends. They just wanted to accept him saying, "Okay, I'm admitting that I'm taking this plea deal. We're not going to go into a big trial." And as investigators, we discussed that they should have gone after these loose ends just to make sure that they had everybody involved with this that should have been involved. Is that a good way to?
That's a great way. That's a
It is
really
a
great way.
That was that's what happened.
I'm not even going to make a joke because that was seriously. I'm truly impressed.
Right.
And, you know, the step further that a lot of people like to take that question a step further, and you know, I ask the question a step further, but I remain uncommitted to where I go from here, because the question is, if these, you know, seasoned, you know, well-trained, experienced, lifetime criminal investigators, they weren't all just collectively so sloppy about everything having to do with this really emotional, touching, horrific crime. So it only seems logical, and it only feels possible if there was a stronger underlying force with perhaps greater magnitude that was all driving them to do what was done, if that makes sense. Was that for Darko? I don't know. Was that for D.A. Rourke's reelection? I don't know. Was that for freaking somebody asked a way long time ago, was NK's father involved in the Masons? He may have been. I believe he was. But Masons do have, in the Masons, there are a lot of professionals that have positions of power in their community. I shared with you before. People have tried to say, oh, don't say this. You're going to get, I don't care. I'm not afraid of it. My grandfather was the treasurer for my state of the Masons for a very long time. He was super proud. He was a 33rd degree Mason, which is like the highest.
Oh, wow.
Have in Masonry. He used to take me, him and my grandma used to take me on freaking Freemason field trips over the weekend. And I came back alive. They didn't sacrifice me as a child or anything. We did like fun stuff. We, you know, went swimming. We went camping. We went to spas. We ate at nice restaurants. We went to hotels. Everyone pinched my cheeks. I was the only kid there. It was kind of weird. But, you know, like nothing weird's going on.
How old were you? Did you say like when you were a kid? You remember that?
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah. I was my grandparents' only grandchild for like 15 years. And I was just like, you know, they, you know, what's the obsession? It was me when I was a kid. They loved me so much. No, I was very.
Did you like, because your dad was a lawyer, did you really look up to him and thought from a little age that, you know, that was something you were going to do? Because you did go to law school for a bit, right?
I did go to law school. I never felt like that was my vision in life. I always had a deep interest in justice and true crime and, you know, free speech and a lot of things like that.
Yeah.
I never had that vision for myself. I decided I was going to go to law school when I was about to be done with my undergraduate degree as a psych major. I was like, oh shit, the prospect of me leaving here is like minimum wage unless I do something more for an education. And I was like, well, everyone in my family's a lawyer, so I guess that's what I'm going to do. And I took the LSATs and I did really well on them. I'm one of those strange people that does really well on standardized tests just because I understand they're all asking you the same thing, guys. That's the key.
Wow.
And I got a scholarship to law school. I was like, well, looks like law school is.
A scholarship. That's fantastic.
I had a full scholarship and I left it because I just didn't.
Oh my gosh.
Once I started studying the law, I didn't think I believed in the system, and my idealistic self said this out loud and in my own mind, and I believed it. Well, how can
my God, though.
within a system I don't believe in? Now,
you're right.
Kelly, get your shit together and just finish
it.
Damn it, you know. But
I agree.
Yeah.
Can you check off the private chat for a minute, real quick?
Yeah,
thank you. Yeah, that's a big kudos to you though. A full scholarship. Wow, like that's amazing. That's whether you went through it or not. That's amazing that you even received it. Wow.
Yeah, it was really cool. And, you know, it was cool.
Crazy.
And it was also remarkably ignorant that I was just like, oh, you know, like everyone gets that. I may as well totally pass up this like crazy
Yeah.
opportunity, you know, whatever.
Yeah, if we only knew then.
Yeah, you
If we
know.
only knew then.
If we only knew then. What do they say? Youth is wasted on like dumbass.
Young. My father always says that.
Oh my gosh. So what do you think, Double R?
What do you want to know?
I want to know true identity or social security number and your bank account that has the highest
Yeah.
balance. I'm just kidding. Obviously.
I don't know. I was pretty interested in seeing. I came on here pretty late. I know everybody's repeating themselves and everything over and over again. I just want to know what your theory on the whole thing was. How from beginning to end, how it all happened. Who do you think was involved?
Damn. So
I got a real wild theory, but it's not like that Dave guy or anything like that. You know those people. It's not even around that, but I believe it myself.
Well, do you want to share that?
I'll go last.
What's that?
I'll go last.
Okay, you'll go last.
Go ahead.
Okay, so my theory is, well, I also feel, as the, administrator, creator, whatever of this channel, I really do something that's always been very important to me. And I've seen it take shape really nicely, kind of in the way that I've envisioned, but so much more because you guys are all so awesome, is that I always felt it was very important to allow people great range and liberty and what they were going to be able to say and comment within like human reason on this channel. And one of the reasons I believe so strongly in this is I've observed in real life and in personal situations and in, the public forum that through the process of natural discussion and discourse that's not, scripted or unnaturally affected, people come around and hearts change and minds change and good happens and humans come together and, the ignorant become a little less ignorant and, the rigid and steadfast become a little more flexible and good things happen. And we tend to meet together in the center somewhere. And I think that's a beautiful thing. It might sound like some hippy dippy shit, but this is a core philosophy of my life and the way I live it and the way that I see the world. So it's really, It's always been really important to me that I figure how the hell on YouTube, when I'm talking about true crime, especially with these families involved, how am I going to ever possibly maintain that? It's been a little bit of a challenge to myself. That's been mostly a personal challenge because although you guys all take a totally active part in it and make this channel what it is, I realized that responsibility was going to be solely my own, and it was kind of had to be worked out in my own head. So I've seen people, come in guns ablazing, bashing, like if it gets too terrible, I do remove it. I have to. But bashing a victim or a family member, whatever, if it crosses a certain line, and I mean my lines are liberal. And you guys know that, and I get a lot of pushback for it. And I sometimes try to explain to people, sometimes don't. I allow that range and liberty because I see this process happen. And who am I to censor you or to decide what you or anyone else who visits this channel can or cannot say? Who am I to draw that arbitrary line depending on the mood I'm in and the kind of shit I just may have gotten from one of the victims' families or YouTuber what a couple minutes before, that I'm going to allow your comment and not yours. I don't feel like I'm godly enough to do that. Not even YouTube godly enough. So I would rather allow for the, natural process of humans interacting to happen. I've seen that happening. I think it works really well. I think that this channel, and whether you know it or not, I've always known it's kind of an experiment in allowing that to happen in such a sensitive niche and genre on YouTube, and especially this case. And I'm pretty impressed with the way it's working. And again, that's all, a tribute to all you guys. With all of that being said, in order to hold that position, two things. First of all, it's a cop-out for me to say I'm not going to form any committal positions on these controversial topics. But also, I have opinions on the controversial topics, even in my own mind, not just publicly. I haven't fully committed to them because to convince me of something that's controversial in this, provide the receipts, show me the evidence, show me the, counter arguments. What are the sources? What are their agendas? What's in it for them? Layers, layers, layers. I mean, I dare anybody to try to convince me of anything. It's not like easy. That's just how that's how I guess that's how I am. I don't know how else to explain it.
Right.
With all of those disclaimers and other things I just put out there, I very strongly believe that this was not a conception, brainchild, and follow through of the lame ass human being, also known as Chris Watts. I just think he's too much of a wet noodle for so much of it. I strongly believe that there was another driving force, and that driving force in my mind, because Chris Watts is such a lame ass wet noodle, would have to, in some ways, meet the standards for criminal culpability or liability or breaking the law in a really big way. I feel pretty certain that it was his former mistress, because I see a lot of motivation for her to be that driving force. And I see a lot of lack of motivation for anyone else or anything else to be that driving force. Do I think that she put her hands on anybody in their final breaths? It's hard. I'm certainly not there, but I'm just, this is where I get really in muddy waters, and I'm not trying to not say anything. This is really what's in my brain.
Yeah, me too.
I can't figure out the final analysis.
Really?
That part, yeah, no.
And I think there are influences of political corruption. I think there are influences of big oil. I think all of that is there. But I think the more important things are the relationship, interpersonal, human dynamics that this channel has been looking at since I started it. Because that and the issue of incomplete justice have always been, my primary focus with this case, even when y'all are saying, you don't focus on anything, you're all over the place. Well,
That's why.
so yeah.
Oh, you know what, Kelly? C. Close I forgot about this. He said CW warned his boss 5 or 6 days before it happened that he might see something wonky on his truck GPS because he's splitting up with his Shanann Watts, and he might stay at a friend's house. He did say that a couple days before the murders. I forgot about that. That is a good point.
Who was that?
That he had told his bosses like a couple days before, like, because they're only supposed to use their trucks to work and home. But you let them know, like, you might see something weird on my GPS. That's because me and Shanann are splitting up, and I'm going to be like at times staying at a friend's house. So
yeah,
and I forget which one he told it to, that it's in whatever part of Discovery or wherever it is. But yeah, they seem to forget it, because I don't remember any of them admitting that in any of their interviews. Like, yeah, I had an idea. I don't remember. I could be completely wrong, and maybe one of them did say it during their interviews, but I don't remember.
Yeah, no, yeah, that was definitely said. I think you're right. Absolutely. Yeah, yeah, totally.
Weird.
So next, I pass the magic rabbit hole wonderland wand.
Yeah. I think Curious Rose is on your side, right? She probably thinks the exact same thing you do.
What? I don't know about who killed them, you mean?
I mean, just your theory of how the storyline went.
Yeah, I really would have to think about it, because there's just too much like that's changed in so many different times, that I right now I just go by what we know, and I just feel like there were others that assisted in one way or the other, and that's why we're all here.
Right.
Yeah.
I got you.
I just require her to spin my narrative. I'm just kidding. I was just actually thinking I might not.
Only reason I'm here.
Answers to this. When we discuss things, I think we're very open-minded. We're never attached to like one perspective, unless it's like how pathetic those clickbait creators are.
Oh God, yes.
Hi, Tammy Wells. How are you, sweetheart?
Oh, before I forget, Downtown wanted to know the other night, Kelly, when you told us about your cousin with the being murdered.
Uh-huh.
She asked if it was the murder where the wife said she thought it was a bear.
Oh my God! Yeah, Mary Beth Harshberger. Yeah,
There you go, Downtown. I kept.
My
Okay,
my brother-in-law and sister-in-law both through a step and marriage, mind you.
Jesus.
Yeah, I thought it was a bear. Mary Beth Harshberger. Mary Beth.
Well, thank you. There you go.
Yeah,
that's wild.
Yeah.
Whew.
Yeah, and that's right. It was Luke Epple. Yeah, I know. That was crazy.
Oh,
yeah,
right.
I'll have to pull out, or maybe I'll do it tonight. Maybe I'll load up one of the there was like a Dateline about it. Oh, and then my brother-in-law, Dean, please pay special attention to Dean because he's the one who is actually married to my stepsister. So he's the closest relation. He's he's a geologist. Good Lord. He has a doctoral degree in geology.
Wow.
Holy fracker.
Wow.
Thought about that. I think we might have another case expert.
That's cool.
I can't believe I never thought about that. Yeah, so Dean, my ex and I used to have this thing, you know how people say like, what would Jesus do? WWJD.
Yeah, the bumper sticker.
What would Dean do? WWDD. What would Dean do? Because
I think I might have caught some of it. So did someone shoot your cousin, a male cousin of yours? Is that what?
Brother-in-law through
Okay.
step and marriage, mind you. Do not share any DNA with these folks.
Okay.
It's important to pick up there.
Thought he was a bear. That was her. That was the excuse.
Yeah.
Oh, boy. Woof.
Yeah. Oh, and I'm sorry. DC Primetime has a channel 2 as well now. I'm sorry, DC, that I haven't been.
Yeah. Make sure we drop that.
That. I just know you as being, I think that's awesome. People have been asking me every time that girl comes up on panel or gets anywhere near visibility in chat. People are like, does she have a channel? She needs to have a channel. Where's her channel? When's her channel going to start? I want her channel. Give me a freaking channel. So I think that's great. I think people are going to eat it up. That's great. Yeah.
So did that woman get like what did she get? Like what was her prison term?
So she was, now this was a complex issue of justice too. I've actually had a lot of this stuff close in my life now that I think about it.
We could do it another night. I just can't believe I didn't know. I never heard of this.
Tried in Canada, and the responding authorities were the Canadian Mountain Police. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So take that into consideration. Eventually she was, she, according to them, at some point got off scot-free. There was like 3 different trials, and then they had a trial because what would Dean say came and stayed with me in my very small condo in Philadelphia, which was a little awkward because there was a trial in Philadelphia too, because it was on a federal level, and there was a different outcome. But listen, man, bitch be crazy. I'm gonna have to show you a little bit of this.
I just talk about wild.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah. DC, I hear you. She said, when I have time to create content, my 6-minute video took 9 hours to make. It does. These videos that creators create and upload.
Yeah.
I can't even, I've had videos that have been 30, 40 minutes that have literally easily taken me over a full-on work week, depending on how special I want to make them.
So when someone takes your work from you, you at least at the minimum deserve the respect of
it. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's why clickbait is not cool in my book.
No.
So, okay, passing the baton to you now, Double R.
What's that?
The red carpet has been rolled out.
Yeah.
Now you just have to come walk towards me down that red carpet. What do you think?
What about it? What do you need to know? I'll tell you anything you want to know.
Okay, all right. I can ask pointed questions. So, on the night of the murders, no, I'm just kidding. Where were you? Okay. So, do you think that Chris Watts acted alone?
You want me to go from the start? I'm going to offend people, but my theory is after they got married in North Carolina, he was. She must have been into some weird stuff because didn't she have a house by herself at 25 years old? It was $400,000 or $500,000 house.
Yeah.
no kids. Like, I think she worked on the side for somebody,
Uh-huh.
and maybe that's how Chris,
Plausible.
her and Chris crossed paths at some point, right? Besides what they say, the storyline, and
Okay.
she was known as Shannon at that time. So get married, change your last name. Hey, let's go out here, right? So they go out to Colorado, and she goes by Shanann Watts, right?
Right.
So
right.
she must have burnt somebody, or took some money, or whatever. But they weren't going to let her go and just live her life. So they tracked her down. And why she was on Facebook so much is because she was scared to be alone. So she was always posting because they'd be like, nobody will kill me while I'm on Facebook. That's what I thought. So she was always on it all the time.
Mm-hmm.
And then you go to the night of the murder, and I think Chris was.
Can I ask you a question?
Yeah, go ahead.
So I just want to be clear. So, are you thinking that do you think that she left North Carolina to hide from a bad situation?
Shady shit, and she was like, "If we get away, that's far enough, right? They'll never remember me." But,
do you think she was hiding from danger?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay, so then my question is, and I think it's plausible. I think everything you're saying is plausible, but always being the godly devil's advocate. Then if she's trying to flee danger, then why is she choosing this social media intensive MLM thing where she has to put her face and all kinds of information about herself on social media every day, all the time?
I mean, I think that just stupid people do stupid things, right?
Right. Yeah, totally.
Stupid things. So it's not everybody's stupid. I'm saying that she's not and then everybody's going to forget. So she said, "Oh yeah, I'll connect with this friend," forgetting about what she did, who she burnt, because they probably.
She's like, "Oh, it got uncomfortable enough for me, so that's enough. I'm good now because now I feel really uncomfortable. I want to feel comfortable and do what I want to do now." Right.
Right. So she's like, "I've already moved on. Why haven't they?"
Right.
So they may have ran into her and then ran into Chris and said, "Hey, we still remember, you owe us this, or you have to do this." So that's why I think that she went back to North Carolina, because Chris is like, "You need to take care of this because they're showing up, I'm at work, or they're showing up at your work, and they're, saying that we don't care if you have kids or not." Right.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I wonder what she
would fast forward.
Had no money, right? What was she going to give them?
I mean, she had to make a deal with them. That's why she went down to North Carolina. So her front was to, connect with her or his parents, Chris's parents. And I thought, that blew up. She was real frustrated, so she blamed, that stupid the nut thing or whatever. Anyway, so you get back, fast forward to the 13th, the night of, and he was done. He was done with. I think that he was done with Nicole, and he was like, "Get away from me," because she was like, kind of stalking him, but she was part of the whole plan. Like they hired her. Not only will we get into your life, but we're going to ruin your relationship with your husband. We're going to make sure that your kids disappear. All that. So she's being threatened, all that stuff. That's why she's always on Facebook. I thought, it has to be that. And then so he waits for her to get home. Pushes Nicole away, and then she's like, he'd probably say, we got to go, trying to rush him out. And then they're like, not so fast. Whoever she's with, like, we told you that this was going to happen. We let you have kids. We let you move on with your life, but you didn't take care of what you did back in North Carolina. That shit never dies.
Yeah.
We're going to. Like, it's like, we're going to say, we're going to make you pay. We're going to make him sit here and watch all this. So, I mean, that's what my theory is. Long story short.
Yeah.
I'm sure it's off the wall, but
now,
anybody, but.
Now, so I'm just trying to catch up, and you're talking. I know it's like weird when you're like, oh, there's a YouTube audience. You're talking a little fast, so I think I'm just having a hard time picking up all the details because I want to hear every detail you're putting out there. So do you think? I mean, really straightforward question. Do you believe that the mistress was involved in planning the act or the cover up of the crime?
Yeah, no, the act itself, like to. Pay her back for her debts that were owed back in North Carolina, because those never went away. Even though she thought it moved on, she was stupid enough to think to believe that what she was doing, because I guess I'm sure that a meeting was made in North Carolina. And her cover was, I just want to see my in-laws and connect with them, let them see the kids or whatever. And she did that, and then it blew up, and she was ready to go because they scared her because she wasn't with the plan. You got to pay us back by this. You got to do this. I mean, anybody who goes from one state clear across, I'm just making a stereotype here. I think that with all the credit they were given, you know, I mean, I don't know. It just seems like it's all set up, and it has to do with the opportunities that they were given.
Mm-hmm.
I just think that she was so vocal, like you've seen on Facebook and all this other. She was so involved with all this, and I just thought she was just scared to be alone because somebody threatened her, you know, on her way to work or just at grocery store.
Yeah.
Hey,
I mean,
let's
it's
not
like
forget.
they got out of Dodge quick when they moved. You're right on that one. Someone broke into her house. There you go.
I'm
And
talking besides
Exactly.
that, like what she's never told anybody. Like, you know, she probably told Chris, you know, when they're alone or whatever, say, you know, these people are like showing up here, showing up there. You know what I mean? You have no idea. Of course, she's deceased. So, I mean, you don't know what. So when she would go on Facebook Live, she's really not paying attention to her kids. It's not because she's a bad mother. It's because she's scared. That's what I thought. Every time I like analyzed those, I thought, wow, she's
someone
not
could have,
really,
someone
she's
could
not
have been.
really into it. She's just going through the motions. So somebody will show up. She's trying to do that so it'll avoid like a confrontation or be killed or take her kids or whatever. You know what I mean? That's
Oh,
that's what I thought every time I see something.
Huh.
Wow.
What did you
That's
say?
pretty
Corey?
interesting.
What's that?
Yeah, I was asking Curious Rose. What did you say? What showed up?
That when they really had Dodd, like when they had to get out of town, like Chris was already in Colorado, you know, she had to stay back to sell the house. But before that, someone broke into her home.
Right.
Mhm.
She was on her way to work. Chris was at work. She went back to her house because like she forgot her phone. So she's in the house while somebody else is also in the house who broke in. They like smashed her window in and they were in her office.
Yeah.
It's
Yeah.
very
That was
scary.
one person, yeah. But I mean,
That
there's
scares me. Then she had to call Chris and he came home and, you know, but what a thought that is. Someone broke in and you're in there with them like, oh God.
But
What
here's an alternative thought. I need to put out there in fairness to everything that I've said. At this point, for some reason, you know, listen, Rose, much along the lines of, you know, what you were reading in Blood and Marriage, for some reason, whether it be actual danger or it be kind of the mess that she got herself in,
Yeah.
Carolina and that life was becoming very uncomfortable for her. And she wanted to get out quick. She needed a compelling reason to move out of such a heavy financial commitment, literally ginormous house. They left. I mean, the house went furnished. They didn't even take a lot
right.
of the
I mean,
furniture.
who would do that?
So
Yeah.
if you're like, honey, oh, you know, my Prince Charming I'm about to get married to. Well, we have to leave here now. Somebody just broke into my palace while I was here and put a lock of my hair. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Right.
It was BS, I thought. I mean, she had to get out. And I mean, what perfect way to change her last name and then get married to some goon. I mean, didn't he only have like one or two girlfriends before her?
Yeah.
He was kind of like an awkward dude. Like his probably like, why are you choosing this girl? She's kind of trashy. Like she's pretty much going out and hanging with these dudes and all, you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
My mom would be like, what are you doing with this girl?
That's why you can't
because your mama loves you.
Yeah, you can't fault Cindy for worrying, right, Double? Like that's her son. This is his first girlfriend. And if you as his mother is getting a gut feeling that something isn't right, it's probably not. She was 25 years old and she had a almost a $500,000 home. That's a red flag as a mom. You would worry about your son.
Single too. What are you talking about?
All I know is if my son ever brings home a woman, and when I am like, you know, first like conversing with her, meeting her, if I have one single thought of Nicole Kessinger or Shanann Watts, I'm going to put him in a suitcase. Yeah, I'm going to wrap it tightly. Yeah. I'm going to put some shipping labels on it. I don't care where it goes, but it's going to be far away.
I don't blame, you know, as a mother. I 100% see Cindy's point, especially after the book. Really, I really do.
And what's crazy is I think that this Nicole, like, she has to be some sort of informant or something. If you cannot see or retrieve, I mean, 153 pages is what that one guy said to her. Oh, you got it, because he asked her a question. She's like, what page or which text are you talking about? Like to her friend about Chris or whatever.
Yeah.
I mean, if you can't see, you know what we can't see? We can't see the president's text. We can't see like government informants. I'm like, this is not the Kennedy assassination. These are just two yahoos from North Carolina trying to get away from something. They're running from something.
So 153 pages of search results. I need to tell you this. Jennifer Bradford brought to my attention the other day, she's a moderator for this channel. I had, you know, showed you in the discovery, and I think it's page 283, where Nicole Kessinger, when they record information about that first interview. She's listed as is protect identity, all capital letters, on that FD form 1087, which was the only time that form was used in the entire discovery. I told you that when I went to do further research on that specific form that the FBI uses, I found a lot of classified cases and high-level governmental cases. Jennifer Bradford sent me an email the other day where there was information having to do with the government and Hillary Clinton on the FD 1087 form with her identity protected.
Right.
So we are now...
It's on our my second last live. We pulled it up and we did the rest of my life. It's mind blowing, Kelly.
Oh, I didn't even know that. God, I have to go back and watch it. Oh, so she must have sent me what was there. Okay, got it.
Yeah, the man that signed off on Kessinger's on that form, Jennifer even looked him up. He's way up on the food chain in the FBI.
Who is?
The guy that on the top of that note on that form, that's the FBI guy that basically signed off on this. He's a big wig in the FBI. Jennifer even looked him up.
So you know what happens? Like, I mean, talk about the Kennedy assassination. A week before Kennedy was assassinated, you know, the guy that was accused of it actually saved his life in Chicago that nobody talks about. I mean, that's real. That's actually documented. But so you're like, how in the hell does this girl get protected this much? It's something. I just
right.
I don't know who's pulling the strings, but I'm telling you, like, I really truly believe in my theory.
There's strings being pulled.
Yeah. If like,
it's a very interesting theory, and when you look at the history behind before when their supposed relationship happened, and it goes back further, where there's internet searches and all that kind of stuff. It's interesting. Think about it.
Yeah, I mean, what they do give us is like little hints of this. Well, if you knew what she did this day or what she was looking up that day or whatever, or what the texts were, how can you not see texts from somebody? You can retrieve anybody's, even if they delete it. So we're talking about her phone right here, but she comes to a meeting and she's looking at the camera every once in a while. Her dad shows up. Who in the hell brings her dad? And then he says that you're what is it, insinuating or whatever he's saying, lean the witness or whatever it is. I don't know. Whatever the hell he says, like,
stop leading.
Howard, like, what are you talking about?
I know.
That's some crazy shit. Like, I looked at that.
It is
bullshit. This is total bullshit. I was like,
when you start running the show and you're not the FBI agent, that's scary stuff. Like what's happening here?
She could have been.
I mean, and he just really rolls over and shows him his belly. He's like, I'm in charge, but you go ahead, just scratch my tummy, please.
Not because he's better than him or has bigger than him. I'm just saying he has something.
Right.
He's above him. He's above him. Ain't nobody talk to an agent or somebody in the police, like a police chief or anybody like that. Nobody talks to anyone like that power.
It makes you uncomfortable to hear it because we just
it does.
People
like,
what
are you talking about, man? You can't get all this text all this time. Are you kidding me? This is bullshit. So you're saying, so you went to somebody overnight and then came in here, decided to come in here with your dad, who's
your dad.
You know what I mean? It's like, I mean, they're nobody to anybody, but they're somebody. I'm telling you.
What she did, They're giving her food. They're asking her if she's hungry at the one. That guy he brings her a bag of veggie chips. Like, what's happening here?
Yeah,
I just found something else in the discussion.
It's bogus, and I know. I'm
yes.
I know it's a theory, but man, I'm telling you that he tried to run with her, and she's like, I've got it. I've got this appointment in the morning. They're like, we don't give a shit. You ran. This is the day. This is Judgment Day. You have the money. Nope. You're done.
Yeah. And double you can't forget double that she ran. She got rid of her first maid of honor, who was Chris's cousin. They both worked at Dirty South, and they were both blaming each other for embezzlement.
Right. There you go.
Yeah. Oh, I was just gonna. Can I play a little bit of this video here, please?
Oh yeah. So let's remember that. Keep that adds to your theory.
Yeah, let me just play a couple, like,
it's not that far off the wall. I'm just saying, it's not crazy. It's not like a Dave guy.
Now you just got to slow down so we can all hear that good theorizing. You're doing great.
Your eyes on the...
Right, you're good. I'm good.
In 2006, Shanann managed a pagers and cell store in Fayetteville, North Carolina. The owner was Hisham Bedwan, also known as Hisham Abu Tabar. Hisham also owned Dirty South Customs.
And here's the man.
Shannon continued to work for Hisham and became a bookkeeper at Dirty South Customs, a shop for rappers and cool guys looking to soup up their wheels.
Next, we have the 07 Escalade, all blacked out, limo tint, 26-inch double G215s, matte black with chrome inserts. Also, Giovanna Edition two-tone grill package for the 07 Escalade. Now, I know some of you wondering, why am I not having 07 Escalade? Although, we can customize the grill for your vehicle. Anywhere from the hood to Hollywood, we got you covered at Dirty South Customs. You just let us know what you need, we got you covered.
And that was during the time she worked there, by the way.
Shannon proved a valuable asset for her boss and managed both stores, which were 130 miles apart from one another.
We got you covered. Next, I'm going to talk to you about the Chevy Nova. On the 72 Nova, we have 22-inch Giovanna Delars, matte black to match.
With the stores being so far from one another, Shannon would have to zip around North Carolina in a custom Cadillac provided by her boss. She reportedly got plenty of speeding tickets, and hey, I probably would have too. You go, Shannon.
So what I've done is I've come up with a concept, and it's called the Dirty South Edition packages. Basically what that is if you have a car that you want to soup up, it covers it basically from head to toe, where it can be done basically in one day. Dirty South Edition bronze packages, gold, silver, platinum, diamond, and it's all based on the wheel size from 18 all the way up to 26. Dirty South Customs, making customizing your vehicle affordable. Starting off with the Dirty South Edition bronze package, which includes 18-inch wheels. The Dirty South Edition silver package, which includes 20-inch wheels. The Dirty South Edition gold package, which includes 22-inch wheels. The Dirty South Edition platinum package, which includes 24-inch wheels. And finally, the Dirty South Edition diamond package,
It's a little
which
silly.
includes 26
I'm enjoying it
wheels.
though.
Damn, who's that?
Where did you find
Everyone who knew Shannon knew that she was an awesome saleswoman. She had the personality, the confidence, and the looks to go with it. All of the ingredients that make an awesome saleswoman. There was a controversy in 2009. It was a lawsuit titled Key versus Dirty South Custom Sound and Wheels. And it also named Shannon King as a co-owner of Dirty South Custom Sound and Wheels. I wasn't able to find out a whole lot of details regarding exactly what this lawsuit was about, but it should be noted that the amended complaint against Shannon and Dirty South was dismissed without prejudice.
So that's
Dirty
what I.
South Customs is real big on
Oh,
audio
here.
and
But
speaker.
let's listen
You want me
to
forget?
Amar.
I guarantee our
Seriously
pricing
though.
on anything when it comes to 12 volt, whether it's TVs, speakers, subwoofers, amplifiers. A lot of competitors out
Now,
there.
Shannon had graduated from Pinecrest High School in 2002, where she had met a gentleman named Leonard King, I guess a young man named Leonard King. They got married shortly after graduating from high school in 2002, and he was going to school to become a lawyer. And that marriage did not last very long. By the time she was 23 years old, she was divorced from Mr. Leonard King. Single and divorced at age 23, Shannon moved to Charlotte and focused on building a home she could flip for profit. At age 25, Shannon Watts apparently built this home, and she said it was the proudest accomplishment of her life because she did it herself. So as you can see, this is quite an extravagant home for a 25-year-old, and she may have been saving her money, may have been getting some money from her boss at Dirty South. I don't know what the deal is, but let's take a look at this beautiful home. So here's the exterior. It's interesting. Does this home remind you a little bit of their home at 2825 Saratoga Trail? In addition to a lot of the furniture and the furnishings being the same, there's something about the layout and the architecture and the open space, even the kitchen, just reminds me personally a lot of their home at 2825 Saratoga Trail.
There's that here.
So where'd you see that great video, Kurt? Right here on What's the Obsession.
Check out that bedroom. And that back deck. Nice.
Wow, I love that deck.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yucky.
we don't need to.
Sorry, guys. Yucky, yucky.
Okay, trigger
So it
warning.
was in the year 2010, Shanann Watts met Chris Watts. I should say Shanann King met Chris Watts. And they were together for a couple of years while she was living in that house. And I imagine he was staying with her a lot of the time because she lived in this great, big, gorgeous house. But it was this very house that we just saw pictures of in this beautiful interior that we've heard stories of being broken into.
Yes, DC.
Back in, well, the year was 2012. Let's take a look at some of those Facebook posts. The lady on the phone to 911 said she had worked for Belmont Police for the last 15 years and has never had a break-in for the house. They get a lot of car break-ins, but that is it.
So this is what makes it an unlikely story for me, hence the alternative explanation I provided, but let's listen.
I think my boss pissed someone off and they followed me thinking it was him. I'm not sure. I have no idea.
Yeah, because you look like a slightly overweight Middle Eastern ethnic dude with a mustache who's a walking infomercial. No.
All I know is knowing that I was dumb enough to think it was a false alarm and walked into the house while he/she were in there still. Never do that again. I was running late and the call was so fast, I assumed I tricked the system to go off by mistake. So this next post says, Mom, I'll be fine. And my schedule just changed 2 weeks ago. And only this last 2 days I was left that early. But I'll be fine. Police will be checking around here. And I told all my neighbors. So we are going to be good. Thank you. Love you. Thanks, everyone. You know, just a mama checking in on her girl. And Shanann dutifully following up and letting her mother know that she's okay. Mark Jameson, Chris Watts' best friend from childhood, says to Shanann, Are you serious? Someone broke into your house? And she replies, Mark, yes. I walked into the house after the security company told me the glass break went off in my room. I assumed it was a false alarm because I just ran back through the house because I forgot my phone. I walked into the room, so door closed and the police found it open. So far, nothing taken. They smashed alarm box, so I...
Oh, wait, I'm going to have to ask you guys on panel to just mute yourselves for a minute because the vortex is back. Thank you.
I think that scared them, hopefully. My brother is helping me secure the doors better right now. Chris and I put a sofa in front of them in the back of the house. So, you know, Chris Watts' best friend.
Yeah, Stevie, I'm sorry. Stevie says, please don't use the word ethnic. When I was like saying that whole thing, I couldn't think of the words. I'm tired. I was like, as soon as I was saying that, I was like, just like stupid thing to say. I apologize. Totally. Good for calling me out on that. I gotcha. Sometimes I get tired. Sometimes I don't have the words.
Friend at this time, Chris Watts is in love with this woman, Shanann. He's checking in on her, maybe checking in to see if something's fishy or if this is like, you know, all straight up. I don't know what the deal was.
Okay, so then Shanann says, as far as I see, no, I think it had something to do with my old job, the one I just left. She's referring to Dirty South Custom Wheels there. My boss was threatened the day before I was broken into, so I hope they are not coming back. Mark Jameson says, wait, to quit that tires place, Dirty South or Custom South, whatever it was called? And Shanann says, yeah. It's really like, what?
So then Shanann replies to Mr. Mark Jameson and says, I still have my truck. I quit because he couldn't cash my paychecks because no money. Yeah, that's always a bad sign. I've had that happen, but back to the post. He became an ASS because I couldn't stay after work after working a 12-hour shift to stay and waste time going over nothing. I used to, when I wasn't sick, I used to always volunteer to stay after, but I couldn't stand or function after 12 hours on my feet working. I'm just going to nursing school now. I am in the ASN program. I will have my RN next December. Any other questions, Mr. Mark? LOL. You need to hurry up and get home. Mr. Christopher needs his best friend. So the next Facebook post, after Shanann is talking about her house being broken into and she's back and forth with Mark Jameson, Chris Watts' childhood best friend, is there.
And you know, now we've got to have this conversation. I was thinking the same thing too. Ethnic can be a compliment too, really, and I get that too. Like the word I know, you know, can be charged for better or worse. You guys know I did not mean any harm. Love you guys. I love.
Oh my gosh, yeah, absolutely.
You know,
Never.
just all. I just started saying something altogether. As soon as I started saying it, you guys have all done this. I didn't want to say anymore, and I couldn't find a way to back out of it. So it was like blah blah blah, stupid word.
Right.
Valid. I apologize.
Yes.
Yeah.
What word are you talking about?
What?
What word?
I'm just kidding. The word ethnic, in when describing a person's. I don't know. I don't want to talk about it. Actually, I don't like to get.
Move on.
Like that. We're controversial enough on the things we got to be controversial about. We're not going to bring that into it.
Engagement announcement.
You have every right
March
to ask her.
2012. So this all happened really quickly. It was just when I was doing this project, I realized how quickly things moved. It was a month after that, they went out and visited Colorado. And, you know, Shanann is liking the weather. She likes the altitude, the lowered humidity. She says it makes her lupus feel better. It makes her joints feel better. It's on June 14th. She says, I could never wear this in Charlotte. The humidity is terrible. It's 85 here right now, and I'm not sweating. It's my favorite part of Colorado. Okay, so this is like 3-4 months after they got engaged.
Lauren.
Hey, we meet Dieter for the first time. So she's at her friend Jenna's house. Jenna and her husband, who they stayed with before they moved to 2825 Saratoga Trail in Frederick, Colorado. There's little young baby Dieter. And on June 28th, 2012, at Chris's job for interview for time being. So this is, you know, just a few months after they got engaged. He's already interviewing for jobs out in Colorado. I didn't realize how quickly this all happened until I was doing this project, like I just said. Did you guys know that? June 28th at Chris's job, and they all love him here. They said they were all glad the day he started.
I mean, the one reason I wanted to show this double R is to your point. That was me talking in the video, and I was saying, as I was creating the video, damn, I never realized how freaking quickly they got together. They got engaged. They were like, peace out, yo, mother flows, and we're not coming back for a while. Come visit your grandkids in Colorado. You know, to your point, yeah, it's a good point. Yep.
But
there's like
people think I'm crazy.
No. There's no such thing as crazy.
Like, well, why was this article?
We are gathered around a channel called What's the Obsession.
Yes,
None of us are crazy. Or perhaps all of us are crazy, making it woo. Let's just finish the video before I say something really loopy.
Christopher Watts. He is a hard worker. Jeez, this is moving quick. And here's Chris smiling, all happy at his job. You know, by all accounts, he was an excellent mechanic. He was a talented mechanic. He was very skilled at what he did. On August 17th, we say, I'm officially no longer a homeowner. So the house in North Carolina was sold, and they were looking for a new home in Colorado. August 17th, 2012.
A lot of competitors out there, I agree, even the internet. Although, no matter what quote you get, we guarantee you will beat the price even after you make the purchase. So don't forget. Also, tires. No matter what price you get on tires in anywhere, in the city of Charlotte and beyond, we guarantee our tire pricing no matter what. We also road force balance here. Anything you need to your car, like I said, whether it's interior, mounting balancing, tires, audio, pricing guaranteed. We understand how it is out there, so we want to take care of you and want you to come to Dirty South Customs. and we appreciate all your business and your support. One good friend told me, with great power comes great responsibility, and I just want you to know that we're going to be very responsible for you. So all you got to do is come talk to us, and we'll take care of you. I don't care what anybody else says about Dirty South Customs. You know that we've been there in the past, and we're going to be there in the future for you. And I wanted to say thank you for all of your support.
You know, when I'm thinking about, like right now, my car's in really bad shape. In fact, I think I'm gonna have to be getting a new used car this weekend. It's in that bad shape. But when I think about who's gonna take like good, responsible care of my car, I'm definitely thinking Hisham.
And if there's anything we can do for you, let us know. And again, don't let anybody, any of these haters get it twisted, and anybody else from all over Charlotte, to Atlanta, to the whole South. We're putting it on the map, period. And we're not stopping here. We're moving.
I think he's talking to you, Shiners. I could be wrong, but I think so.
Above and beyond.
You need somebody's leg broken.
My dream will become your dream. Anything that you want and I can help, I'll be more than happy to do it. Thank you for all your support.
I actually get a vibe that he's like a nice guy trying to be a cool guy. You know what I mean?
He is.
And DC, you were right. He was in a couple of Shenan's videos and said hi to Bella. He, you know, they maintain friends. Frankie, I think Senior still works with him for him on a contractor, but you know, they're. I never identified any shade in this man whatsoever in the tragedy that happened.
No,
No.
nah.
Yeah, that was all a load of clickbait. Look
God,
out.
I wish Jennifer Bradford was here because she did find a great picture of him with eight girls. 8 girls that work there, but she said like
I was not willing to put on my channel. I found, yeah.
I wish she was here. It looked like a harem. Like, yeah.
Wait. Let's just. I hear. There's like 1 minute. I just want to finish out real strong with the Dirty South vibe.
And ask about our Dirty South Edition packages. 2 convenient locations and on the web at www.dirtysouthwheels.com. Stop playing. You know you want it. You know we've got the South's premier automotive superstore, Dirty South Customs.
Yeah. Please let me give you my busted car. I feel good about that. You know, I may accidentally say the wrong word sometimes, but I'm not the kind of person who has ever referred to anything about my car as being hot. I'm just not that girl or guy, human.
Yeah,
I'm not that
either.
Yeah. Oh, wow. That just takes my breath away. I don't know.
It does. I need a lot of good packages.
I mean, he really did.
Jesus.
Oh my God.
I want the platinum one. That sounded pretty good. The platinum package.
Oh, that did. I was going for the 16-inch custom wheels package.
I could see you with that.
Yeah.
I could see you with that. Yep.
If only you guys could see my Subaru right now, you'd realize how gorgeous it is. Lauren says, and Lauren, thank you so much for the super sticker, honey. Lauren says, Kelly, I live in the South. We see a lot of these kinds of cheesy commercials, even with attorneys, y'all. You know, my family lives down like the Myrtle Beach area. I like I never thought about this before, but let's talk about it for a minute. And I'm not going to try to say anything wrong here, but the standard for professional advertising is different. How did I do? Good. So yeah, I agree. That rings true. Yeah. And I'm sorry, but where the hell did I'm a big Teddy Roosevelt fan come from? I don't know why that strikes me as being so funny right now. Because I'm like, how did Teddy Roosevelt enter this scene? I don't understand. You guys are awesome. I love this chat so much. Can somebody connect this for me? Okay. Oh, you guys are great. So yeah, so Hot Ham Radio brings some sensibility to the discussion with the name Hot Ham Radio. I love you, Hot Ham Radio, and says, yeah, in my opinion, he's just another part of the mystery of Shanann Watts' past. That's probably super normal, but has been swept Yeah, I mean, we really are making the absurd very
It's her
normal.
single cash. She was single. She was a single, young, pretty girl when she worked for him. She's single and young and pretty. So it doesn't have to mean like she looked shady. No, she was a beautiful, young, hot, single girl. That that's really what it was. She wasn't the Chanel mom that we saw in the videos. So then people honestly, were trying to say, oh, she looked so shady back then. I just thought she was a beautiful girl.
No, she was. I was just going to disclose a couple
Yeah.
little problems I had in my past that weren't that bad, child. But then my son just walked into the room, so now I'm not going to talk about them. Bad for all of you. Yeah, no, I agree with that assessment, Rose.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, you guys are just great.
Can I say something about that commercial?
What's that? Are you like mesmerized by the commercial? Give us a reaction. React.
No, Lauren's comment is beautiful. Oh my God. They even chose a phone number that rhymed with their slogan. Oh God, is that good?
No, I'm going to say that looks to me like a man that's really trying to push his product and do the best he can. But that is not the whole South. And I can tell you that because I live in.
No,
Yeah.
no, of course.
It's the billboard, right? Right, Kurt? It's the billboard.
I'm going to tell you, my best friend and her husband, they are dentist and orthodontist in Nashville. In fact, if you went to go find a dentist or orthodontist in Nashville right now, chances are you're going to end up in their practice.
Who is?
And then I have family. What's that?
Who are they?
I will private chat you their name, okay? Because they are very active in the Republican Party in Nashville too. And I think that you have indicated you have some of those leanings, and I don't ever want to talk about it again. But
Okay.
you could know them. And then I also have family that's in the North Carolina, Myrtle Beach, South. And listen, man, they're two different Souths, and there's a lot in between.
Yeah.
Sister has my family has a beach house in Duck, North Carolina, on the outer
Mm-hmm. And then yet that's a whole different North Carolina. That's you know what I mean? So there's, like anywhere, there's lots of dimensions.
I know.
But you get it. So wait, how do I private chat Kurt?
To me, like bringing that into this case and her being involved with that, I almost got a vibe of like he was trying to act sort of Southern mafioso.
Yeah.
The man had a leather blazer jacket on. Yes.
But
Yes.
I mean, so who knows what kind of shady people he might have been involved with and what she was involved with. I mean,
Yeah, we don't know that. We don't. Who knows?
Pure speculation. Pure
Who
speculation.
knows? We don't know.
Speculation.
Yeah.
Watch the channel status, Kurt. Watch the channel status, please.
He made a hell of a cut.
I do that. I just start working out on him.
Oh, I really do wish Jennifer was there. She can't even get the words out when she describes the picture of the girl. Oh, it's so good.
And
It
then
is.
DC Primetime's bringing the truth, saying it happens. Get a couple kids in a minivan in the high heels, sit in the closet.
Yeah, I mean,
I've
two different parts of your life.
Prove it, yeah.
It is, yeah, two different parts of your life completely. Happens. That's just the way it goes.
Leatherface, I called them rappers and cool guys looking to soup up their wheels, but you say the bad words.
Yeah, don't be going there, Leatherface. You just saw that commercial. You want your leg? Well, you want a leg broken next? With your
Guess what?
package?
I want to admit something here. Can I admit something? I have a Mercedes Benz and 22s on that damn thing, and it looks good. So I don't know what you're saying. If you have like big wheels and all that stuff, you're a drug dealer or a rapper. I don't rap.
No.
But they're talking about how he looked at it. It was like you got.
You're kidding. Oh my
Yeah, I was
God.
just joking.
I was like,
But I
now
do-
you're
but I
gonna
do
have
have-
to
I do
smack
have
double
bands
R
with 22s.
upside the head. Whoop, technical glitch. No, I'm just kidding.
That's good.
Like we almost technical glitched Kirsty's. Yeah.
That's right. But I don't know what they're.
I like the humor. I like it. Yeah.
Drug dealers and rappers or something like that.
I called them rappers and cool guys.
Cool guys.
I thought that was better. I thought that was more I thought that was more family appropriate, since I am talking about a murder case involving a triple plus homicide and all the bad things that we're not going to talk about. So
Yeah, DC, you're right. Professional athletes went to them. That's right.
Remember, we're
where Cece's birthday party was. Can we find out? Can I bounce? Yeah, we can do that.
Yeah.
I might be super relevant. I'm wondering why you're asking, Holly. Trying to ask in a way that doesn't sound like sharp because I'm a little tired and
Yeah, I don't know. I never thought of that though, Holly, where that was. I don't know.
I think
It's in there somewhere.
the one video.
I don't really think he was Holly either. I think he tried to give off the shady guy appearance, like because it was going to work for.
I think he was trying to play the cool guy. Uh-oh,
Yeah,
the
I
word
see
cool
my
guy.
food under there. I see a Hisham teddy bear. That's what I see.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just trying to live dirty South, just trying to live the dream. Yes, downtown wonder.
I mean, he was still like saying hi to Bella on live streams years later. You know, I mean,
Wow.
Okay. That's sweet. And I mean, and that does say something. I got to say positive for Shanann about her ability to maintain relationships, because there are people that say that ability wasn't, so fierce in her. But I mean, she did maintain a relationship. Look at Chrissy and Meacham. They were friends for like 16 years. So anywho.
Oh, I didn't know they were made friends, her and him.
Okay. Oh my gosh.
That says a lot then. Okay.
So great. I have like lost. I'm sorry, struggling gangster rap. You guys are cracking me up in chat. I've like lost all semblance of any kind of direction in this live stream. I'm just like throwing the white towel right now.
I was just time.
What's that?
I was just trying to like tie in what Double R was saying about what he thinks his theories about her past and the whatever was going on, following back to Colorado and all that.
Yeah.
But this is a comical commercial.
I mean, that's why I played this video, because I'm always thinking, what do I add there? What's going to tie into what we're talking about? But I forgot that this just takes on a life of its own and you can't help it. I mean, it's the 16-inch rims, man. I got to have them.
And it looks like to me like a man just trying to be a salesman and have a successful business.
And he truly is a family man. And, chat to real man. I know that the insanity has taken over.
Oh, Kelly, I
got it. Yeah, I see.
That, if you don't mind. Okay.
Yeah, I know.
Are you in North Carolina? Did you say, Kurt?
Oh, Double R. He fell off.
Oh,
You fell off the wagon, but you're back now.
I was trying to check my rims and stuff outside. That's good.
Oh my God, are they all right?
Yeah, they're so good. They're still shiny.
All right.
Oh, come on, I'm not sexy. That just looks good. I'm sorry.
As long as they're good. Hey, all that matters.
Great, actually. But stop talking about that. I mean, I'm happy though. So.
They're so
happy you came up.
That video was like really fun to make too. I remember
it was long.
Oh yeah. I was like, this is just, it was fun. I literally was laughing when I was making it by myself.
Yeah. He should have had one of the rappers in the video with him,
Well, there are videos of him with rappers for sure. I did not use those because I didn't know if they were going to copyright content me.
Yeah, they might.
Sure.
Yeah.
Well, oh God.
That's why I said rappers and cool guys.
And the cool guys.
Looking to soup up their wheels. Like how I said that, like I was cool. Yeah, I did, right? You guys get that, right? You didn't get that. Okay, never mind.
I got that.
Double R gets me. You
no,
white towel. It's been thrown. That's all I got to say.
Dirty South. I wonder what he drove.
Dirty South.
A Nissan.
I know. I was gonna say a Pathfinder.
Ford Focus. He was just didn't have the money.
He drove that new compact Mirage.
Right.
Yeah.
Who knew?
Oh Lord, I don't even know where I come up.
So Kurt, you are in North Carolina? Is that what you were saying, or is it South Carolina?
Nashville.
I missed that.
And he has vacations in North Carolina, but in the posh part.
Oh, okay.
I live outside of Nashville. Where I work. This is what I love to tell people is that I drive into the city to work at a barn.
Oh, I love that.
Funny.
I love that.
So where do you work then, Kurt?
It's ironic.
That's awesome.
So you drive into Nashville?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I drive it from.
Dude, I freaking love Nashville. One of the most fun times I've had, a couple that led to two really fun times I had, was the country music festival in Nashville. I went a couple years. It was 5 days of a whole lot of music and craziness, and it was really fun though. Really fun.
It is, and
I know
gets,
that's a very touristy thing. Okay, but yeah, I don't care.
it is. And then, like when I have family members come out or friends or whatever that visit me, I take them to the really cool outside kind of places that aren't so touristy.
Right. Yeah. Well, since, my best friend and her husband live there, we do non-touristy things, but I'm sorry, the country music festival is a really good time.
It's fun. I've been down there several times, and all on Broadway, up and down. Yeah. But I used to live in Nashville proper, but I've since moved down outside of it into it takes me about anywhere from 35 to 40 minutes to get.
Do you live in Clarksville?
No, I live in Fairview,
Okay.
which is west. It's like southwest in Nashville, and it's a direct. I get on Highway 100 and I just go straight. It's almost a straight shot all the way into where I work. So, and the traffic's not bad going that direction. So,
No, it's not.
Oh, that's awesome.
but it takes me about 45 minutes to get my time. So, I go to a barn with horses, and I work with horses every day. I work with people with disabilities.
Well, if they need any endodontic or just dental work in general, since they do have big teeth, I could call my friends and see if they would like to help out horses.
If they do horse teeth, yeah.
But my friend actually, well, I shouldn't say this because it's a very famous. She can't say this. She is the dentist for a very, very famous rock and roller.
Really?
Yeah. Here,
Cool.
I'll send it to you in private chat. See, I don't.
Oh,
Who it is? Somebody who lives here.
Oh, he's got big shiny teeth too. I mean,
in Nashville, is that what you said?
Yeah.
Okay, all right. I'm gonna guess first. I'm gonna see if I'm right. You tell me. I'm so excited.
It's not. Yeah.
Does he have long hair?
Yes.
I could be wrong though, but let's just.
His initials KR.
What's that?
KR.
Okay. No. But I mean, almost that epic. No.
What did you say? Who did you say, Kurt? Oh my God! Oh, I didn't even know he was there. Okay, cool.
Well, he's there sometimes because I can't say but I know this to be true.
You didn't say her name though, right?
No, I have not.
Oh, okay.
Oh,
that's cool.
No, but yeah. So, where were we going with this whole Nashville thing?
White flag.
We were on our way to buy a platinum package. Stay. Kirk, you gotta. If you want to roll with us, keep up.
All right.
Kelly's getting the 60. She's getting the 16-inch rims. I'm getting the platinum.
Yeah.
Double whatever he wants, he's gonna get.
Well, he's already got his shit.
He might be all right, actually. Yeah.
Right.
So that's it. That's where we were going.
Yeah.
I just drive my Dodge Ram.
Yeah. Yes. Oh, he does have big lips.
That's right, Becky Boo. Yeah.
He's got this going on, I think.
I thought it was Vince Neil from Motley Crue because he lives there.
How would she know that? Who do you think it is, Becky Boo? Because if you know who this is, I'm going to be like, wow.
I'm trying to think of the rock people that live around. Sheryl Crow lives pretty close to my bar.
Way cooler than Sheryl Crow.
A lot of the rockers moved to Nashville. A lot of them. Mick Mars and Vince Neil from Motley Crue. Like, it's weird. Like, a lot of them.
When I went to those country music festivals, both times it was like country meets rock.
Yeah.
Like Lenny Kravitz, Guns N' Roses. Like, definitely.
Right.
We have the best recording studios on Music Row here, and a lot of rock bands have always recorded. Bon Jovi's always recorded in Nashville.
That's exactly right. That's where they'll stay for months on end, and that's what remember Vince Neil said he fell in love with Nashville, and then he ended up leaving L.A. for Nashville.
No, it's not Mick Jagger. It's not Keith Richards. It's not.
Oh no, not Mick Jagger.
Rolling Stones, but you're not too far off there, really.
Right. He just got out of rehab. I'll give that hint. He just got out of rehab.
Just out of rehab.
But just a few weeks ago, got out.
I didn't know that.
Yeah.
That era.
What's that, Kurt?
Is it that musical era back then when Mick Jagger and all them were?
This band has been around long time.
Yeah.
Long time.
I'm surprised I've never heard about this.
Oh, and the coolest thing though is my best friend Carrie. when we were in college, she'd be like, we're gonna go. She'd make me like go tour when this band was touring. She'd be like, we're going here, we're going here, we're going here. I'm like, why are we going to all these concerts? Like their music's fine and everything, but like what? And once I went to a concert, I was like, oh my God, this is like absolutely like mass hysteria in the best way. It was just like great. And then she ends up being his dentist. So cute. I love it. Oh yeah. Oh, Curious Rose, you're
But don't say it. That's just, it could go either way. They could think I'm talking about him, or they'll know what I'm talking about otherwise. So don't say it, because they're trying to figure it out. Let's see. Leatherface said Lil Nas. No, Lil Nas is not a rocker dude. Oh, that's
Carol, if you're watching this, I am so freaking sorry.
No, you didn't. No, your friend. I love Geritol rockers. Me too, Becky. That's right.
That's so funny. Yes, anaphylaxis. Yeah.
I'm just all rock people that I know in Nashville. Let me. There's Kid Rock, and there's Sheryl Crow, and there's
dude's way so cooler than all of those people. I don't know. I'm just being ridiculous. Now listen to me bragging about my friend who's a dentist dental clients, because that's bragging rights right there.
where in Nashville she works.
What's that?
Do you know where in Nashville she works? Like what
He has
part?
2 practices actually. I don't know why can't I private chat over to? Can you private chat to Kurt Curious Rose?
Would it be on? Would it be on my YouTube?
What are we telling him?
My friend's last name, the dentist, so he would know if he knew them or not. Here, I'll send it to you. Can you send it to him?
That'd be great if I knew.
Here.
You're gonna text me?
I'm private chatting it to you.
Okay.
Can you do this on the stream thing here? Or do we
I am so sorry for everyone who's watching the replay now. You're either entertained or you're rolling your eyes like 5,000 times. If you're rolling your eyes, I suggest I'll see you next time. Thank you so much for being amazing. If you think this is entertaining, God bless your sweet soul.
They do. This is almost like trivia, and they don't want me to ever end my trivia game. So Kurt you can't see where the comments are in stream. You're in StreamYard, Kurt, right now, right?
I'm on the streaming thing, yeah, but is there a comment part?
Oh wow, you don't see any. You don't have on maybe your right side of the screen that you're able to see everybody's comments.
No.
There's nowhere that underneath, even on the bottom of your screen, there's nowhere that you could click them. It says comments or private chat.
Let me see.
Kurt, you're not utilizing the features.
There's good features that you have. I can't imagine.
No 16-inch rims for you. You can't even use StreamYard.
If you're looking on the right, tell me what you see. Does it say like anything about private chat or comment?
Hey, I'm so sorry, Double R. Double R finally comes up here and it's like goes like mass mayhem.
Exit full screen.
No, you don't want to exit. You just want to look on the bottom then and see if there's anywhere that says comments or private chat.
Let's see.
And if for the love of God you say that last name out loud, I will ban you from the channel.
No. You don't find it, Kurt. You can't tell. You're not gonna know. I can't imagine though why you're not able to see that.
I've turned a new leaf. I'm gonna start now threatening my subscribers.
You're in the
members.
Do you have the full screen? Like, is your whole computer screen just like of us? Like, oh, okay. You can't minimize it.
Yeah, I think so. Let me see. Exit.
Try to minimize, and then you'll be able to probably see then the different.
Chat. There we go. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah. Just click on that.
Okay. Well, let's see. I need my glasses because I wear glasses.
That's funny. Hi, I'm radio.
Oh, wait a minute. Okay.
Oh. Guy who knows a guy, exactly, Becky Boo. And I'm going to be bragging.
Did you say, Kelly?
Do not say anything out loud from that private chat if it's in last name. What?
No, don't say the name.
Did I say what? Here, I'll say something different. I will say something that has to do with the Watts case. I know. Oops, I spelled it wrong, so I'm really tired. last word type.
Nikki Sixx was actually dead for a few minutes. They revived him. That was crazy. You're right.
Who was?
We're talking about old bands and stuff, and the Nikki Sixx we were talking about Motley Crue. He wrote a book called Heroin Diaries. And so
Yes.
know about it.
Oh, I saw this. I saw these other private chats. I'm sorry, but you all saw.
That's okay. I didn't know. As long as you're able to find, because I'm like, I can't imagine you wouldn't have that on your screen.
I saw the one you said earlier about sharing.
Everyone can hear us. Just so you know, everyone can hear us talking. Just remember that.
Okay, wait a minute.
I feel like we're being exclusive now. I mean, like not inclusive of people. So let me bring everyone back into it. I'm sorry, guys.
Okay,
I digress. I digress into insanity. Yeah. I'm spent. I got nothing left. Like nothing. I have no intellectual anything right now. I'm just really tired.
It's all right. I didn't know this was over here on this side. I always had this full screen.
Yeah. Now you know.
Now you know how to use your features.
Uh-huh.
And did you all see just what I put?
Let me see here. Yeah.
Okay.
Oh,
Yes. You didn't know that he was there?
Mm-mm.
Yes, that's correct. And did you get the name of my friends? It's in all caps and do not say it.
Don't say it.
Mess this one
And
up.
it's not Vince Neil, so it's the only other name that we wrote. Because if it was Vince Neil, Kelly, we'd be going and visit your friend.
Okay, so that's the last name?
Do not say that's correct.
Okay. All right. And what's her first name?
I don't think I can give you that. I don't trust you yet with the features. You don't know how to use your features yet. You need a little more time with your 16-inch rims.
Oh. That last name, I mean, that sounds familiar to me.
Yes. So we'll talk about that another time. So what do you think? How you doing, Double R?
Sorry, everybody, if you're just doing
Chill.
What did you say?
Sorry.
I said that's how you are. How are you doing?
I sent a comment. I sent a comment to that private, and it didn't come through, did it?
Oh, that's weird.
I don't think I know how to use my features.
Oh, I see it, Double R.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, there we go.
Double R, are you kidding me? Because
I'm like
No
20
way.
freaking minutes behind. I'm like, hey,
Yeah,
Molly,
double
push that
R.
right now.
I have one on right now too.
No,
Twinsies.
Prove it. Prove it. I can prove it right now.
Mine is
Wait, hold on, I gotta put the pants on.
mine's a tank top. Is yours a tank top?
Cut off sleeves.
No, mine's like a tank top. But I love it.
Purple.
I love it.
No crap. Was it
I'm
tank?
sorry. Everyone has just witnessed a live stream coming fully undone.
Probably double R.
We're winding down. I like it. I like it.
It's a new guy.
Yes.
I'm being pushed away. Hey, you know I was on the bottom of the screen, nobody could see me. I don't give a shit, but I mean, it's, you know where you have all your comments that you highlight on the bottom.
Oh yeah, if
Put
you
me on the bottom.
yeah, we could see you now though.
Did I do
like
something
that.
wrong
Put me
again?
back on the
What did I
bottom.
do now?
No, Kelly, but when you have 4 people on the panel, you know how if we're all on the left side, and if you highlight something, then whoever that last person on the bottom is covered.
Oh,
What the heck is
but
that?
that's not how it looks to me. We all have equal shares of the screen from my perspective.
Now we do.
Here, Stacey,
It's a different way when you share it, like when you're going to show us something on
We
the
still
screen.
have equal shares of the screen relative to one another, and we just all scooted up a little bit.
Right now we did. But if you show us, say you want to show us Discovery, and you pull up Discovery, and you pull up,
Give me do more work.
and then that bottom one is it happens all the time. Then you don't even realize it, but that's just where the comment goes. It seems to, that
Oh yeah. No, I see. I understand all that.
Yeah, that's all it is.
I understand my features.
We got you.
Yeah.
I get my money back, right?
We see now.
Everything I say is a joke to you. Come on now. This is all right.
No. That's all going towards my mental health fund, obviously, because when this live stream is done, I'm going to check into the funny farm.
You day today, Kelly, haven't you?
What's that?
You've had a day.
I have had a day. I really have, actually, and it's getting late. But
At least you have yes, you have some time off, which is nice.
Yeah. I'm like, hey, I have some time off. Why not like rest and rejuvenate? Let's just see if I can, still be exhausted.
Oh,
You work with school kids, right?
I do.
So when does your school start back up again?
What's that?
When does your school system start back up again?
Well, so technically, I think students return on September 4th. No, September. I don't know. In the beginning of September, sometime.
After Labor Day?
Yes.
That is so awesome. Every school system needs to go back after that. Down here, there are school systems here in Tennessee that are already back in school.
Oh yeah, in the South, you go back real early. So wait, when's Labor Day? I'm not sure actually. I've actually been working through this summer, but I'm just taking some time off right now.
Oh yeah, yeah.
When's Labor Day? The 5th?
Yeah, I believe around there. Yeah, I believe it's around there. I think that should just be across the whole country.
Yeah, no, the people in the South, y'all go back to school in like August.
Yeah, it's crazy.
No, we don't do that here in New York. We're civilized.
I
don't even know what that means. Please don't ding me, anyone. Please, it meant nothing.
I'm offended.
It was meaningless.
Offended.
I'm from Ohio. You'll see me in court, damn it.
It used to be after Labor Day in the South, and then they started going earlier.
Always.
Yeah.
Same thing here, and I'm on the East Coast, like Northeast PA. Always, it's weird. The end of August, that's crazy.
Yeah, but these people are back in school already. This is like what, the first week?
When did they get out? When the hell did they get out then?
May, the last week in May, I think. So it's too hot. I'm telling you, down here it's too hot.
Yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense.
Yeah. There was a week, or not a week, 2 years ago, I think it was, or maybe 3, when it was so hot that they had to use snow days because kids were like passing out on buses and stuff.
Ooh.
Why don't they call them pass out days?
Right, yeah, exactly.
Oh my God, yes.
That's when everybody was saying, shouldn't we go back like after Labor Day?
Yeah. That makes sense. There's definitely a method to the madness because
they're trying to go to
a school district that's trying to avoid students passing out on district transportation is doing the right thing in my book. I don't know. I'm just saying.
Right. They're trying to go to year-round school out right here, so they go sooner, earlier, and earlier and earlier. And the school boards approve it. So.
Oh, good night, DC. Be safe driving too. Good night, honey.
Yeah, I'm gonna check through all those emails, darling. Pull things up before the next live stream. I have so you guys all know that I have a problem accessing, especially new email while I'm on a live stream because of the way I set things up in this nonsensical manner. But I didn't know any better. Sometimes you make mistakes in life.
No.
What are we looking at here?
Well, I'm staring at the words protect identity. Oh, are you guys all looking at what I'm looking at?
Yes.
Oh, yeah. You like kind of startled me, and so my pointer moved. But
yes, we are looking.
What I was staring at.
Okay, so that Todd Sandstead is who she looked up, and he's way up on the FBI food chain.
Okay.
Yeah.
I need to know more about that. I mean, that's why I was putting this out to all you guys, because there's something so much more of this document. I know it. I haven't been able to. There's only so many hours in a day.
It's crazy because we pulled up Hillary Clinton's on my channel. We're like, look at this, because it was when she got. And you remember when she had that trouble she was in for the emails that were leaked because she was like using the wrong computer and like it was like hiding emails that it was a disaster. But that was what this form was used for. And it protected the identity of all the people that were involved and the devices that were used. We just were like
I know. That's what I'm saying. Everything I found was it was
wild.
Oh, guys, I tell you, it's I keep talking about it because I know it's a big deal, and I'm like,
Yeah.
y'all aren't like picking up what I'm putting down.
No, it's true. It is.
I just can't get any further on my own. I'm like, I'm tired. So everyone, please look into this stuff.
Look at that. It's wild.
And then I'll roll out the red carpet for you and have you up on panel and treat you like I'm treating Double R. Terribly. I'm sorry, Double
We'll
R.
have competition now.
At least I didn't call you Double D.
Double what?
D.
That's ridiculous.
I was saying
That's ridiculous. I'm offended.
No offense to anybody, whoever that was in chat. I feel like I'm offending everyone. I'm just going to stop talking. I'm researching now.
Well, how many pages of this, so this form, is it the evidence of entry record interview of Nicole? How many pages is this? Just one? We don't get to see anything else? Was it only the one page and then everything else
all right.
For lock and key?
Look at here. I wish my students would listen the first time around. Like Kurt, my teacher's pet, he gave a very good report on everything.
All that good stuff.
I'm kidding.
That's a
all right,
lot of
so here, this is okay. So here we have a kind of like, let me see if I have to go back up further. Sorry, I'm just zoomed so far in. Okay. All right. So, all right. What is here that I need to show you guys? All right. I have to look at it first and reorient myself. And then I'll speak when I have something to say.
Mm-hmm.
There was something else here that was like important, but I just gotta find it. Yes. I'll probably speak again, but if I don't, it's because I've decided I no longer have anything of value to say. And no, I'm just kidding. All right. Oh no, the vortex is back. What is that? Is that a fan or something? Or is it maybe
the highway? Doesn't it sound like you're living? Somebody's living in a van by
and I know before it's been my computer that was causing that noise, but it's not this time, and I don't know why. I don't know.
That is a lot.
I'm mad, John. I'm just saying. I feel like I'm being sucked into the Watts vortex.
Come down to Dirty South. Right.
It's Hisham calling.
We need some music or something while you're doing this. This is crazy.
No, because then I'll
get strike us.
Yeah, you gotta watch this stuff.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
I used to do hockey games and stuff, and in between, so I did a live, for my son's hockey games.
Yeah.
And, if I played, when the puck was dead, clock stopped. I do that, and it would shut the damn live off. I know. Ready? Come on. We're just having fun. So we had to mute the whole games.
Oh no.
It's okay. We made through. I mean, only 4 people watched it anyway, so it doesn't matter.
Oh, junk. I'm going to have to revisit this another time. So here, let me just show you the document. Okay, I'm not going to get lost in it. I'm just going to show you the freaking document. I'm going to not analyze anything right now or whatever because
slow it down.
I'm tired. I've already thrown in the white flag. And
whose notes are those?
I'm smart enough, and gosh darn it, people like me. Who is that?
283 and 1960. Yeah, I don't have this anymore on my freaking computer.
Okay, so there's that dude. And so there's this document. So preceding this document, there is a list of documents that create supplements in the discovery. And there are some anomalies about a couple of them, but I can't remember clearly enough the research I did that identified the anomalies. I don't want to put inaccurate information out there, so I'm going to have to wait till my brain's a little more rested. So we have that FD 1087 form on which often classified or at the very least super highly sensitive information is recorded. I also do remember that I think there was something when I had researched this before, something with the case ID coding that stands out. And, obviously that protect identity in capital letters in the middle of the page is like, what? I want to know, does anyone know here? It says surveillance starts, surveillance ends. In this context, what does surveillance mean? Does it mean surveillance in like I'm watching you, or is it a surveillance in like taking assessment of information? The vortex of
I took it as information the day that above it says collected on.
Yeah. Let's see. Yikes. Wow.
Yeah, that was the day he was brought in and interviewed, right? That day.
On the 15th?
Mhm.
Yeah.
Or- yeah, it was the 15th, right?
When
Yes.
they arrest, yeah.
Let's see. Oh, see, here I am doing research again. Go me. So that's basically what the document says. Dude, I'm going to be on an FBI list now. I'm like, I just got into this, like, it's like Patriot Act, FISA, government surveillance, national. I'm like, oh no, great. They're coming for me now. I better get those rims on soon. I don't know. Will that make me drive faster?
Well, yeah, maybe.
At least I'll be blinging when I'm driving away from the government surveilling me.
Oh.
Yeah.
I'm just kidding, everyone. Government. I have nothing more to say. I've already said that. White flag. Are there any questions? Because I got to wrap up soon. Wow, speechless. Aww. You guys in chat are just cracking me up. Oh my gosh. Oh yeah, I miss MTV. That's you said that, Rose, when it actually played music. That was a good time.
Oh,
That was a good time to be a kid, a teen, and all of that. Hot Ham Radio says Kearney's Star Channel. So what is it? Everybody who comes up on panel on my channel is starting their own channel, and soon nobody's going to be watching my channel. I'm just kidding.
Hot Ham, I really don't want
charisma. What's that?
Contributing.
Oh, it's all good. People, you got to do your thing. When it's time to do your thing, you got to do your thing. At the beginning of Sweet Emotion, they use a packet of sugar for part of the sound effects. Becky Boo coming out with a super random Aerosmith trivia. Didn't Tammy Lee do a small bit of jail time at some point? Tommy Lee. Oh my God. I'm starting to make
my gosh. She said,
Tommy Lee. I'm done. I'm not even reading comments. I'm done. Somebody else wrap this up. Forensic Files is spooky. There I go. Going against what I said. I just lied to everybody. Go me. True Crime, Thomas, Curious Rose, Always Got Back. Do other shows.
oh, good night, Anna. Good night.
Curious Rose.
And,
Yeah.
Can I say something real quick? Hey, when I checked out your channel, I love all the Michael Hutchison stuff you have on there.
Totally.
Yeah. I have his second. Well, I kind of put it on the back burner. I have like part 2 of it, which is like his death.
Yeah, I mean I've followed him and I've seen like what's gone on with him and that accident and all that.
Yes.
That's pretty cool. So I'll check it out.
Yeah. Oh, great. Yeah. I'm gonna hope to do that live.
Hey,
probably within the next week.
Could you guys just put in chat really quick some true crime cases you're interested in? You don't just get one vote. You don't get two. You have unlimited votes here. Just throw them in chat. Are you still doing a live stream tomorrow night, Curious Rose?
Oh, yes, I'm
awesome.
Actually now. So yes, thank you guys.
Yeah. Becky Boo says, I wish my kids could grow up in that era. I think the era when Curious Rose and I grew up, and probably many of you.
The music was just so good.
Music, best TV. It was a good time to be entertained.
It really was.
It really was. Oh, yeah, that's a good one. Who said that, Ara? Yeah, that's a really good one. Yeah. John Bonet, Jennifer Patel. Tim. Keep them coming. Keep them coming. Stacy Lynn. I am familiar with that case. Okay. I thought you just stumped me. I mean, I can be stumped. Just wasn't expecting it so quick. Let's see. Yeah, that Jennifer Patel. That was gosh, there's just so many.
There really are.
So many.
I don't want to say that, but there's so many.
Wow.
That's a good question.
Dan Markle. Who said that before? And I keep forgetting that. That's a really good one. Other people have asked for that too. Dan Markle. That's a good one. I got to write that down. Well said, Becky Boo. She says, the music, movies, and TV, it was all iconic and still relevant. I so agree. Nancy I can't decipher anything right now. My brain is done. It's mush. Give me a couple more suggestions there. Chris Coleman. And going once, going twice. Okay, thank you guys for being on panel this evening. You guys are all awesome. Double R, I hope that we weren't too scary. Thank you so much for finally coming up. So glad you made the leap.
I'm going live next time.
What's that?
I'm going live next time.
You're going live next time?
Yeah, we're going to debate.
Okay, yeah, let's do that. What are we debating? Can you give me a heads up?
You name it.
Oh, cool. Yeah,
How I'm right and you're wrong.
Oh, well, right now you probably would be right about just about everything.
That's a fight.
Yeah. I've thought about doing this before, just in relative to, like, say, the Watts case, debating certain topics, but there is always that fine line. And I know certainly some people can pull it off like professionals. There's that fine line that many, many people will walk, because it's such an emotional, passion-driven case where, I think things can get out of control really quickly.
Mm-hmm.
No, it's like, so I think, when you're really actually debating certain topics, though, I think that is when some of the more difficult to figure out issues can be worked out or brought to light. I might be wrong, though. See, I don't have enough confidence in that to actually give it a try, because this is YouTube. You know what I'm saying? He's innocent, great. I remember hearing that Rose is true. Okay, I'm lost in even chat. So thank you so much, moderators. Thank you, chat. Thank you guys for coming up on panel.
Thank you.
Guys, everybody, we shall meet, we shall convene at the Curious Rose channel at 9 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time tomorrow, Thursday, August 4th.
Thank you.
If you're in my hemisphere. And if you're not in my hemisphere, it doesn't mean that I'm in opposition to you. It just means we're on different sides of the world.
All right. Good night, guys. Thank you.
Yeah, good night. Thanks for being
Good
on,
night.
guys. Thank you as always, moderators. I feel like everyone's
Really?
tired. That's great.
Good night, everybody.
All right, good night, guys.
Good night.
Just remember, I threw in the towel a really long time ago, okay? Thank you so much, moderators. You guys are awesome. I learned so much by watching chat this evening. You guys had a lot of really great facts and thoughts to throw out there. Oh, that's right. Curious Rose. I forgot that connection between Coleman and Watts. That's right. Huh. Aussie Girl Jen, you're awesome. Thank you, sweetheart. I heard there was like a little bit of an alt situation, Aussie Girl Jen. If you know anything about that, if you know anyone who's trolling this channel or any other channel that's a friend of this channel, you don't have to tell me about it, but I would like to know about it because I do compile, file, and distribute information of people who are walking the line between infringing on someone else's legal rights and freedoms and doing the weird things that they do on YouTube. And some people are getting close to crossing lines. So if you have any concerns about the way you're treated, the way you're observing someone else is treated, a channel's treated, something you know about that seems really shady and possibly, dangerous, or I don't even know what the words are. It won't ever hurt. I will always maintain your privacy. I promise. All I have is my word, but that's just how it is. You can always email me at watsobsession@gmail.com, and that information will be handled. And I will follow up with you on any information you send along to be handled. Sometimes it's like nothing's happening with that, it's just sitting there. But I think, oh gosh, internet pervs and criminals and predators, et cetera, et cetera. I don't need to pull out all the words, but they've kind of really got it easy. They can be anonymous for the most part until they start getting really stupid or really gluttonous, I guess. But when they cross that line, they can do a lot of damage. I think it's good for there to be a centralized place in various online communities for that information to be held. So we know between all of us in a community if a line has been crossed and something has to be handled. So if that makes no sense to you, good. I'm glad it doesn't. If it makes sense to you, feel free to email me and we can chat. Okay? Awesome. Yes, definitely are. You're awesome. Yeah. Yeah, totally. Oh, hey, I heard that YouTube just made all accounts, subscriber numbers public to combat clone accounts. So you can see like how many subscribers any channel has. Is that what you're saying? Yeah, I think it's really weird that I have 2 YouTube accounts, this one and the one that I've used when I'm teaching. I think it's really weird. I mean, and people might have legit reasons to have multiple alts. I think it's weird when people start like really racking up the numbers in alts, right? I think that's weird. Yeah, thanks for coming up, Double R. Thank you very much. All right, guys. Peace out. We'll see you soon. And everybody, please be at a Curious Roses channel tomorrow at 9 p.m. Eastern Time. And we will party. And hopefully I'm not blocked from the chat like I am on channels. I don't know why. Okay, gotcha. Yeah. Okay, cool. I think that's a good thing, right? Hot Ham Radio, is that what you're saying? I think that's a good thing. All right, love you guys. Everyone stay safe. I've got to go hit the hay, and I'll see you soon. You guys are all awesome.